everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we will be doing is we will be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. We will also be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And before we get started on today's daily collective read, I am going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we get started, first and foremost, how are you doing right now? Let me know how you're feeling. Here's the thing that we just want to navigate right now. I'm going to tell you right now, if you feel like there's a lot of emotions that are rising to the surface right now, a lot of that is potentially related to the fact that Neptune has transited out of Pisces into Aries, right? There's a lot of work that we're navigating and experiencing in relationality to that shift. And the thing about it, and we have to kind of pay attention to this too, is we also see the fact that Saturn is now preparing to do that same move. So one of the things I want to point out that's very interesting about the energy that we're experiencing right now is there may be a lot of focus as it relates to memory and time, okay? Specifically because Neptune navigates the realm of emotions, right? It's the things that we carry. It is working through sentiment. It's working through nostalgia. And now we've got Saturn that's moving into proximity with in that little traffic jam I keep liking to describe that we're seeing right now. So if you're feeling, and I'm not one, and you know this, I'm not one who typically is always articulating about things from the past returning, but okay. But if there was a vibe that if I was feeling the feelings that we're experiencing right now and the energy, there's a lot of this looking backwards kind of energy is the best way I can describe that. So that can often talk about things feeling like they're returning physically, emotionally, or spiritually. And I have to stress this, and I think this is really beautiful because at the same time that we have this occurring, we've got Mercury and Venus that are in retrograde. So it almost and I need to kind of point this out. I've been talking about this a lot. So Mercury is the energy that speaks towards innovation, right? It's solution driven. It wants to rush ahead, right? That's why we talk about the fact that Mercury retrogrades aren't here to try to break things. It's often helping us to define and understand the difference between a groove and a rut. Sometimes often we give the Mercury retrogrades all this flack because we feel like things fall apart. But it's sometimes in those moments that things fall apart that we recognize a new way of doing things, like a solution that dawns upon us that we wouldn't have recognized because we were so focused or fixed on doing something a certain way, So, and Venus, very similarly, like the Venus retrogrades aren't here to make everything look awful. It helps us see ourselves more clearly internally. It helps us be able to wipe off the internal mirror, if you will, especially in those moments that it feels like we can't depend or rely upon how others perceive us or how we perceive things ourselves. a lot of this energy can feel very triggering, but it's in those moments that we're able to navigate, that we're able to recognize and identify, that allow us to leap forward, right? They allow us to have those breakthrough points. But sometimes it's like navigating your own cringe. You know what I mean? It's like working through a lot of that space. Now, one of the things that's very clumsy, I keep on describing this right now, the energy that we're currently experiencing, it feels very clumsy. And the reason that we see that it feels very clumsy is specifically and particularly because Mercury, which usually moves forward, is pulling backwards right now. Okay, so that's the energy that would typically want to rush ahead that feels like it's moving backwards. Neptune, which is usually in the space of the memory, which usually hangs backwards, is progressing forward. So we have like this like confluence moment that sometimes occurs here. And this is why I keep on describing it to a certain extent as Renaissance energy, because it could feel a lot like the ability or working through lessons where you're able to see something from the past with new eyes, right? Those moments that we're able to like, and this is what we talk about. And this is why I've been saying that there's kind of like, there's a lot of nostalgia that may potentially be forming right now because when we're able to look at the past with new eyes, it often feels like moment of personal expansion, right? The understanding of something. And it has to also do with the fact that jammed up between Mercury and Neptune right now is Venus, which is why we had a lot of those conversations yesterday in relationality to the difference between something that is perfect and something that is exquisite. What was a lot of this work that we were trying to like navigate through that cycle that we just experienced that was so rough during that eclipse cycle? And this is why we often describe eclipse cycles as chaotic. Eclipse cycles are not by nature chaotic. It's chaotic because it is impossible to be able to articulate what an eclipse, like the eclipse doesn't have a characteristic, right? Eclipse energy, it amplifies, right? It turns the volume knob up. So that's why it's like, we often, it's recognizing where the planets are at the time that an eclipse occurs. That's like, it's why it's hard to be able to say this is what you can expect, because you have to look more at the optics of what's going on at that moment. Now, one of the things that we're seeing here is this eclipse that we just went through came through at a very awkward time astrologically. Why? Because we were going, like, it was a discordant note. We were going through the Mercury retrograde. Everything feels like it's falling apart. We were going through the Venus retrograde. Everything looks like it's off, like looks worse than it is, right? We've got the Venus retrograde that challenges our own perception of beauty. And then on top of all of that, we had the Virgo full moon, which demands perfection, right? It demands perfection. So there's a lot of like, it's like, ugh, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it feels like, but and that's why it's beautiful, because a lot of the lessons that we were working through during that cycle and coming on the other side of it have to do with the difference between perfect and exquisite, right? What is perfection? Now, this is the thing that we recognize. Perfect is an ideal. Perfect is something that we often reach for, but we're never able, like, it's always a little bit out of our grasp. And those with Aquarius placements, those with Virgo placements, there's a lot of work. Even sometimes those with Libra placements often have a lot of struggle point in like working to heal when the point is recognized that perfect is not something, it's not a location, it's a cardinal direction, right? It's something that we always feel could be better. But when minute that we have compassion for that space, it allows this opportunity to flourish or to grow. Now, working through this and having that moment of, again, both working towards perfection, but also seeing and identifying the flaws in the self. This is why I keep seeing that a lot of the lessons that we're taking coming out of the retrograde is working through the space of redefining perfect, like beauty, away from perfection and towards the exquisite. Now, what is the difference between perfection and exquisite? Exquisite is effectively something that is flawed. But again, remembering that flawed, when we identify something as flawed, it's because we're holding it to an end, like holding it in the space of looking outside of the self, right? The comparison point. When we work on the self and we identify that everything within the self is a gift, then we don't see flaws in the self. We see things that we are working on. We see things that we are trying to improve upon. We see things that we don't think are great, but we're working on trying to build better into, that those flaws may become facets. And so the work that we effectively saw that was occurring during this eclipse cycle, that's so beautiful and profound, is helping us heal from perfect by identifying and recognizing the exquisite within us. Now, what is exquisite? Exquisite is something that is rare, right? Something that is not unlike, not like other things. And this is how we kind of navigate and work through that, because by identifying the exquisite within ourselves, we hold ourselves to the standard of ourselves. We identify what the work is and we move in accordance with that work. Now, often it can feel very, and this is what we effectively see is happening. And this is why we kept on seeing that a lot of the lessons that we were working through right now are chariot lessons, right? Because chariot lessons, and if, I would encourage you, if you haven't had an opportunity to head over to the Substack, because if you go over on the Substack, I think it's absolutely incredible. Like the last few days, we've had several instances where we've been walking through these lessons of the chariot. And what was the last card in all the spreads? There's that chariot card popping up. But the thing about the chariot card is, and I like to define the chariot card as training wheels. You know, it's actually interesting because there's a perception of the fact that the card that's represented in the Smith system is, it almost looks like it's not moving. And the beauty of a lot of the work that we do when we navigate through chariot card lessons is understanding that sometimes when we start doing something, it feels like it's impossible, right? It's often those moments, like the hardest part is always in the beginning, because it's like, and again, it's building, it's built upon and based upon the perception of momentum, right? That push that we give ourselves, right? It almost feels like it's energetically impossible, but being able to find the fortitude to push ourselves, right? That is a lot of the message that we find within that card. You know, all it takes is everything it takes. It's not the recognition of feeling angry at the self or burdened by that work, but almost feeling energetically honored, right? The gift of the gift of like that holy push of the self that helps us find our true self to a certain extent. And so a lot of that work that we see that is being navigated right now, this is working through a lot of those contexts. And it's hard, right? Because coming out of this eclipse cycle, it's not easy. It's like this energy right now. And I often identify this. I always like to point this out. Oftentimes coming out of the eclipse cycles is more difficult than being properly in the eclipse energy, because it feels, it's the energetic come down. And the thing about it is remembering that eclipses don't create something there that isn't there. It's just amplifiers. So to a certain extent, we're still in the eclipse energy. It's just that the volume comes down. So I like to just, I always, you guys know how I describe this. When we have the full moons, I call it the full moon hangover. You know, being able to come out of the eclipse, like sometimes having that like eclipse hangover where you just feel like it's like a drag. You're like, ugh, because it feels like you almost like experience that energetic come down, if you will. But that's why I kept, and that's why a lot, like one of the messages that we said yesterday was amplifying and saying, like, if all you're doing right now is prioritizing care of the self, that's fine. Like that's absolutely great. Often, you know, I got to stress this. If you go through eclipse cycles and you're able to like maintain balance, like that is sometimes like all like congratulations. You know what I mean? Like you have already done like amazing work. Everything else is extra credit. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. And I got to say right now, for masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, I'm just identifying that like a lot of the work that we're seeing that is occurring during this time, I'm going to say like it's potentially working through frustration. Like, that's the thing I find is so compelling and interesting, because even for some energy right now in separation, having a place to articulate frustration is the easement point. And that's remembering, like, that's not, and I need to stress this, um, giving, like, and this is really important because we talked about this, right? Not taking things personally, right? Finding ways of being energetically productive, being able to work through something in a way that feels like it is productive. Now, for masculine and feminine energy right now, that is in separation, identifying and recognizing that, I keep on seeing that these are moments or modalities where clarity being reached. And I keep on seeing, I see three different instances that are occurring right now in separation. These are either closure points, right? Where there are conversations that are reaching like a limitation point, having to do with lessons wrapped around Neptune. And why do we say that these are lessons that are wrapped around Neptune? Because what are the lessons that often come through in Neptune cycles, right? One can have a large feeling, you can have a depth of emotion and still be able to move upon it, right? The Neptune lessons teach us that we can, like, look, you have to think about the ocean, right? The ocean has depth, but it also has movement. So often a lot of the messages that we receive as it relates to working through Neptune cycles is honoring the depth of emotion, and also feeling the honor we give each other when we're able to move that emotion into something that feels like it is propellant, or it is transformative, something that inspires us forward. So I either see situations or circumstances that feel like that moment, and this is what could be, and this is what I feel this is why I keep on seeing that there's, like, potentially a real frustration point in some of these cycles that may be closing right now, right? Someone articulating, just speaking about the expanse of how they feel, and another person recognizing and identifying that depth isn't progress, right? Talking about the enormity of feelings that one holds for another is not direction. Emotions don't have direction. Direction has direction. So again, I keep on seeing that there's potentially these argumentation points where someone's talking about how much they feel, while another person is trying to figure out where it's going, what the purpose of the feeling is, like what the direction is. And in those moments, I see that there may be a moment that reaches a completion point, because that could be the energy that's saying we want different things, right? One person potentially wanting to dwell on something emotionally, and the other person wanting to move forward. I also see situations and circumstances right now, and that's again chariot closure points. Well, I also see right now that there's also energetic connections that are forming during this time. And these are the chariot partnerships. And it's interesting because the last cycle, we had a lot of warrior partnerships that were occurring. They were coming together really fast. It was like Wonder Twin energy, right? Because again, Jupiter entered Gemini. So it was like, it's like the hand grasp, like then they just kind of hit the ground running. This is not that. The partnerships that are coming together now, there's a lot of fragility. There's a lot of awkwardness. There's a lot of clumsiness. Why? Because these are energies that are healing from experiences or circumstances where, again, someone had a depth of intensity for another. But when we don't work on healing ourselves, when we don't work on facing our fears, often the intensity of emotion that we feel for another doesn't feel like love. It feels like fear. And so that's why we see there's trepidation, because this energy isn't necessarily searching for love. They're looking for connections where someone whose love feels like love. So we see even now that there's a little bit of this delicacy that's forming right now in some of these partnerships, because this is the energy that may be articulating upon the frustrations of past relationship, disassembling what occurred. And I need to stress this because the word that was coming through was disassembling, not disassociating, because disassociating is when you try not to feel something, right? Disassociating is trying to, like, forget something. Dissembling is being invested in trying to take something apart in order to understand the self or the situation better. And so I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is building the energetic stability in one another by watching someone show the ability to disassemble the emotions. And when we're able to disassemble the emotions, we still have feelings and we effectively articulate to another, you are energetically safe in the presence of love, because I'm not like, that is the energy that says when one feels something, you don't just react to it, you do the work of understanding how you feel in order to function better. Again, chariot partnerships. Now, continuing to move forward, for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, this is a lot of those chariot partnerships that we saw in the last cycle. And there's I think it's just kind of funny because last month, or when we saw that that was going on during the Mars retrograde, they were like, oh, like they just felt like it was like this like profound moment. And now it's like, because like it's understanding and working on building nostalgia to something. And there's a lot of this energy that is reorienting as it relates to the past, seeing something that they could not see about the self before. And that is hard. It's awful. It's all Scorpio energy because it's like looking back on something and being like, ah, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, and that's the thing when we're in healthy, and we talk about this here, a healthy spiritual journey is usually not one that you just feel like indulging on the self and being like, I was perfect. It was great. A good, healthy spiritual journey is looking back and saying, I got notes for that guy. Like, you know what I mean? It's working in that space of navigating your cringe. It's being able to be in a place of feeling the gift of healing, is being understanding that you're doing something that you didn't do before, right? It doesn't pad the ego, it sheds the ego. Right? It's not putting on spiritual armor, it's taking it off. And so we see even now that a lot of that work going through that, it's like a lot of that, it's a lot of that space. And I can see a lot of that energy articulating to one another the hard parts of their own story, those moments of or things that, that hurt, that they see now, like in hindsight, and that's the energy. I can hear the energy saying in hindsight everything's 2020, because hindsight is faulty. We're not the person we were. The reason we see things the way we do is because we understand that we changed, and there's a love there, right? It feels compassionate, but it also feels difficult. And that's why I keep on hearing that again, it's chariot energy, because this is the energy that is cradling each other to a certain extent as they navigate that. They say to one another, you don't have to be perfect to be loved. You have to be recognizing and identifying what it is that you're working towards. And this is why I keep on hearing there's something beautiful for those partnerships, because they see the divine in each other. Because when we're building into relationships where we hold potential for another that they themselves don't see, then that is the false reality of building into the potential. But that becomes divinity when we hold potential for another. And then we see the fact that the higher self that they hold within the self is the same that we see within them. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something really beautiful, because this is the energy that says to one another, not only do I love you, I see you, because I don't love you just in the presence of self, but I love you in the aspect of seeing the potential in yourself that you strive for, the potential of the higher self that you reach for. And so that's why the energy feels like that moment, that feels like, again, love enters the space of the divine gaze, because you see not only the construct of the present self in each other's eyes, but you also see the space that you mutually aspire for. While for masculine and feminine energy, that are deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, this is like it's much more like I gotta just stress this. It doesn't feel so much like disassembling, it feels like assembling. And the reason I'm seeing this is because for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, they're already way up in Taurus and Gemini um, lessons. And the thing with Taurus and Gemini lessons is like it's working on, I keep on hearing, it's working on building a stable plane, right? It's working on building a stable plane. Whatever it takes to build a stable plane. And that's why it was really beautiful, because we had a lot of the messages coming through about the difference, like potentially working through situations or circumstances that we're articulating upon. And we kept on having this come through the last few days, the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot. And what does that mean? So when we're stubborn, we talked about this. When we're stubborn, we refuse to hear things. We refuse to see things. Our ego doesn't want to hear something. And when we're stuck in a certain position, and someone asks us, why are you holding on to that? You say, because it feels good, right? Like it feels good because I want to be, but you can't really explain it. You can't really explain it. But when something is important, when the higher self is holding on to something because it is value, it isn't stubbornness. You don't hold on to it because it feels good. Sometimes you're holding on to it because you have to, because it's the exquisite insistence. It is holding on to something because you understand the intrinsic value of it, of the sacred knot, but not N-O-T, right? Saying absolutely not. It's the moment that we hold on to something firmly and we say, this has to stay energetically stable because it is necessary, because it is important, because it helps us see our higher selves more clearly. So there's a lot of that work I see right now for energy and resistance, but they're building into that pathwork of determination and conviction of the self, because it amplifies the determination of what it is that they aspire and build towards. That is our recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. But let me know how you guys are doing in this energy. How are you feeling? Scale of 1 to 10. Are we doing good? Are we doing bad? Are we prioritizing self-care? Are we working on, again, not taking things personally, being energetically productive? Thank you, Pops, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you, Chad, for joining us. Thank you as well, Carol. Morning, Heather. Good to see you, dear. And Trishina, good to see you as well. Shields up. I love that, Trishina. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Holy moon, so much. I know. Listen, just don't, again, lead with compassion. Compassion for the self, compassion for those around the self. Frida, a triad of nature yesterday, an eagle flying sideways beside us, 4 deer on the side of the highway. That is beautiful. Trishina, others coming back around in new ways. Yeah, that's what I meant, Renaissance energy, right? Yeah, I'm not surprised, Trishina, with this type of vibe. Chilling, a crow sitting by his lonesome, looking away, turned his head right around and looked. I love that. At us directly. Oh, that's beautiful. And thank you for joining us. Good to see you, Bella and Blessed. Holly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Frida, perfection is being happy with what we have and learning from our pain instead of just feeling it. Beautifully said, Frida. Tap to claim. I love that message. I'm actually going to pin that because I think it's so lovely. All right. And thank you, Bridget, for sharing the live. Good to see you. Hi there, Concrete. Hope you're having a lovely day. Bridget, starting off my day with a bang. Locked myself out of the house, just hanging outside. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, there's a little bit about this energy that is goofy. I'm just going to tell you, it's goofy energy. It's like it's doing silly things. It's like banana peel energy. You know what I mean? Because it's I got to just tell you, there's like a pile up. There's like a pile up. Mercury's moving backwards, Neptune's moving forward, Venus is like trapped in between. It's like meet cute energy too, which I think is really funny because it's goofy, You got it, and that's why I'm saying that, because you have to look at these things with like joy right now, not frustration. It's like it'll help. It will help. Okay. Thank you, Poppy, for the follow. Adina, good to see you, dear. Hi there. All right. I hope you're back in. And yeah, same. Someone ran a stop sign, had to slam on my brakes. Car was like 1 inch away from dumb. Listen, Pops, I'll put that way. Spiritual protection. Like that's the thing. Things like that, like you can't be frustrated. You have to say thank goodness. Like thank goodness it could have been worse, you know. I'm so glad that you're okay. Addie, happy Tuesday to you as well, dear. Um, yes, they at least it's a beautiful day out. Absolutely. Oh, where did I catch? Did I miss Bella's message? Hi there, Elisa. All right. I didn't see what you were referring to. I didn't see that one come through. Interesting. Okay, where were we? All right. Happy Tuesday, Addie. And thank you for those gifts, dear. No disassemble. Johnny Five alive. No disassemble. Oh, I love that movie. Disassembling the emotions. This is helpful. And this is the thing. I keep on hearing, Addie, like the work to recognize is the difference between disassemble and disassociating, right? Like disassociating is like, just forget about it. You know what I mean? Like disassembling is like, no, let's work through what let's break this, let's figure it out. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's very different. Yes, thank you for confirmation, MP, and thank you, Addie. Hi there, Gabby. God's child, thank you for the follow. Happy New Year. Good to see you. And thank you as well. Sofanette, thank you for the follow. Eid Mubarak to those who celebrate as well. Thank you, Addie. And thank you, Bridget. Grand Rising Nelson. I know it's April Fool's. I feel like I gotta tell you, the energy right now fits the day. It's a little goofy right now. I just gotta tell you. Hi there, Per. Beautiful day. And thank you for sharing the live. How can I get you? Ms. Miller, all you need to do is head over to my profile in the tree that has Binks in it. You'll see a bunch of links that'll show you where you can send the donation, dear. I'm doing a lot better than I was a few days ago. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, I'm an 8 at the moment. An 8 is great. Like we'll take an 8. Ryan at a 9. I love that. Regardless of what 10 or 0 are. I'm okay with that too. I'm okay with 8s and 9s right now. It's been a good month. It's been a good month. So far, so good. I'm with you, Addie. It's been a great month so far. A little wacky, but great. Bridget, being forced to spend time with nature this morning, I had to cancel all my plans. Oh, sweetheart, I hope you get back in soon. You know, I feel I just need to point this out. I just you realize the humor. I mean, do I have to say what I have to say right now? That you had a reading yesterday where, oh gosh, you had a reading yesterday that said it's important for you to get outside. Oh my goodness. The timing. I'm just pointing out the timing though. You can't like girlfriend, like, you know, like at least you got it. You've got it. Are you happy now, universe? I mean, the universe, it's got their jokes. It's got its jokes. Hi there, two birds. I'm feeling humble, ready for what's to come this month. I think that's a good way. Look, I think that's a beautiful way of approaching the month as well. You know, and that's the thing. It's and I need to point this out. You know, I love the word like humble because like it's working in the space of just, you know, building into a point of appreciating like those things that are like, you know, it's a lot of, I keep on saying like humble and disassembling are very connected because it's the appreciation for small things. You know what I mean? And I think there's something, I mean, we'll get into it in today's reading, but there's something really valuable and important about that, especially with all like this wackiness that we're experiencing right now planetary wise. And thank you, Addie, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. One moment. Hi there, words. Welcome to my ordinary day. Because I'm trying to sidestep out of the way. What are you trying to sidestep, words? I forgot my phone at the office today. Never happened before. I'm gonna tell you, it's like it's a lot of this like where's my mind kind of energy. And I'm telling you right now, it's because it's Neptune going forward and Mercury going backwards is it's a lot. Like I could have sworn that was there a minute ago. It's like it's a lot of that. You know what I mean? It's a lot of like having it's it's like having to it's like it's confusing. And Maureen, thank you for getting on the list here. You'll be the third person read for today. Hi there, Felix. It sounds like Hermes is having his trickster fun. It's because the Mercury, I'm telling you, it's because Mercury is pulling backwards. So yeah, Mercury is going backwards right now and it should be going forwards. Neptune is going forwards, and Neptune's usually the energy that hangs backwards. So it's like it's like emotions coming forward, and then like it's confused. It's bizarre. It's funny energy. Hi there, Kia. I'm trying so hard not to get frustrated. Just like move it into like be present in the moment, Bridget. I need to point this out. Often when we're feeling frustrated, like take your shoes off, put your feet in the earth. Remember, this was coming through yesterday in your reading. Connect with the moment, not with what you expect the moment to be. Connect with the moment you're having, not the moment you expected. Connect with the moment you're having, not the moment you're expecting. Like that is gonna that's gonna help work through the frustration. I feel like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Okay, that's gonna help you with that too. Words, how can I not have a great day? All you on social media. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thanks, Words. I like to think we're each other's lucky charms. Pops, I immediately thought I'm so protected and grateful. And that's the thing, right? You have to have those moments, be like, thank you, you know? Miss Miller, I'm happy to do a reading for you. If you'd like to get on the list here, all you need to do is send a donation. I think, did you just get on the list though? Was that you? Bridget, oh no, I'm here outside for at least a few hours. Neighbors are the only ones with a spare. Oh dear. I'm sending you so much support right now. I'm sending you so much support. Stephanie, disassemble. Words, I've got new material that teases everybody. No, I don't. I don't do April 1st. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I'm always like, we don't need any more jokes right now. It's enough jokes. There's too many slices. Too many slices. It's enough jokes right now. Oh, you went to an Eid celebration this weekend for a friend. That's absolutely beautiful, Alexandra. No, we haven't done the collective yet, Mariposa. Words. Oh, you're my heroes. That's so funny. It's been so good this month so far. It's been a great month. It's been a great month, guys. We're like starting on sure footing. Everything's gonna be great. Oh, thank you, Pops. Thank you, Purr. And today she's locked out. Hi there, MP. The universe said time to ground and get outside. Exactly. Everyone, I have a big smile. Well, you guys have to realize the thing that's so funny about this is that we did a past life reading for Bridget yesterday, and it was a conversation about her connection to the earth. So it's just the timing on it is like just the timing on it's like, hi. Like, so how are you? How are things? Yep, I'm just out here talking to all my neighbors. Oh, sending you so much support, Bridget. That's a great mantra. Feel planted in the grass, be where you are, the moment you're in, not what you expected. That's how you that's how you work through the frustration. Have the moment you're having, not the moment you expected. Thank you. Oh, great. Excellent, Maureen. Looking forward to it. I hope it's not frozen cold out there either. I really do. Outbreaking my boss as we speak. Godspeed on that. Yeah, it's enough jokes. It's enough jokes. We cannot take any jokes right now. We're calling a hiatus. There's enough planetary stuff happening. We can't take it. Truly magical timing, honest. How are you having a good time? I like hanging out with you all. What are you gonna do? You gotta have a good time. What else is the point? Like what else? What else? All right, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these acts. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading. And you can book a private reading on my site, Also, please keep in mind we are doing 2 contests right now. The first contest is blah, 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 blah. The first contest is I'll be gifting a reading to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we'll be doing is when we get to 50K, I'll be doing a giveaway and gifting a free reading back to the collective. We're already at 6.4K. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. A couple of updates before we begin. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice Card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hanged Man. I am so excited to teach this card. We are going to be studying the symbology of the card, the history of the card. I'm going to be working you through how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your spreads. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread to take with you to help channel the messages of the Hangman into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best in each class to give you a recap on everything we've studied, but if you wanted to catch up, now is a really great time to join the class program because you got about a month lead time right now. That's going to give you like almost 2 classes a week. So that's like almost 2 hours of coursework a week that you can bolster up on before we lead into the next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we have studied or are currently studying thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes. Hold on a minute. You will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals. You will also, as a founding member, have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That's over 12 hours worth of material that is in our library in an ever-expanding library. You will also, even if you don't become a founding member even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any giveaway information or any new offers that we're holding. Speaking about offers, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. These can be purchased on an individual per dream basis or as a series. I would encourage that if you're going to purchase the tarot, the dream interpretation packages, that you make sure to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. We do here dream interpretation readings, past life readings, mediumship readings. We do love readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do angelic readings. The only thing we do not read for here are pregnancy and medical. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that recap. I know the timing though, the timing, Bridget. I find this situation very fitting after yesterday's reading. Truly magical. You can't make it up. That's all I'm saying, Bridget. Honest. How are you having? Yep. And thank you as well, MP. Thank you, Pops, for sharing the live. Hope you're having a beautiful day. If you aren't laughing, you aren't living. You are merely existing. Ah, Rita, I love that. That's beautiful. I'm gonna pin you there as well. Oh, well, let me pin. All right. At least I'm still connected to what again, at least you are still connected to Wi-Fi and have battery power on my phone so I can listen in. Absolutely, Bridget. Rose, thank you for those roses. Yes, still doing pets. Yes, pet read today. I'm looking forward to it. Merry Tuesday, Miss Melissa, and thank you, Kat, for the follow. I always knew I was all that. If you wanted to catch up, now is the time. And thanks for the vocal coach. Okay, words. Truth is I really appreciate your concern. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Okay, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to get on the list is open. Also, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, let me just post the contest here. Just a reminder, we will be giving between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective a free reading to the highest gifter. That is also available right now. So I wish you a lot of luck if you'd like to participate in that as well. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. And in true April 1st fashion, we need to take a moment because I forgot to put the cards together. Because I forgot to put the cards together before we started the podcast. So we all have to be a little patient right now to help us through some of this wacky energy that we're experiencing. I'll be ready in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. Please hold. There we go. That's better. All right, what do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are, we've got here our 2 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Queen of Cups in its upright. So I'm going to tell you there's something a little like wacky about this energy today. And I'm like, beyond the fact that it's April 1st, it's very apropos to what we're experiencing because, I just need to kind of walk you through what's happening right now energetically. So, and we were talking about this right before right before the podcast started, which is so one of the reasons we identify the fact that it's like the reason that others describe eclipses as chaotic is because eclipses don't have a characteristic. They're a volume raise, right? That's why it's like you can't define when eclipse is going to do. You have to look a lot about like what's happening energetically at the time that the eclipse comes. It's like eclipse just kind of raises the volume on things. And for that reason, if you're coming out of this eclipse cycle and you're like, why do I feel worse? You know what I mean? Like, why do I feel worse? Is because it's like the energetic come down of the eclipse. I like to describe it a lot similar to what we experience during full moons. I like to describe like the full moon hangover that we sometimes have, where just like we feel like kind of out of it or exhausted for no reason. So we've got that occurring. And so the thing is, a lot of the same exact work, like nothing has changed. Okay? Like the big change that we experience now that the eclipse is over is that Neptune is transiting into Aries, right? So, there's something really important about that because, there is something about navigating exhaustion, navigating emotionality, but also finding the perseverance in the self to be able to energetically carry something. You know what I mean? And it feels, it's giving me a lot of like, um, it's giving me a lot of like, it is what it is kind of energy, right? And I want to stress this, and this is really important. I feel like there's always a lot of there's like a lot of this like pretext that we sometimes experience, especially when like large astrological things are occurring, that we need to like do all this type of work. Like we can't miss it. We can't miss it. You like, here's the thing. We don't miss anything. This stuff's happening all the time. Um, and so if you didn't like, and often like, sometimes when we go through eclipse cycles, just being able to stay like consistent, just being able to stay grounded, just being able not to like, let it get to you, that is its own form of accomplishment. So if you manage to make it, like if you manage to make it, like if you manage to make it out of this eclipse cycle unscathed, I want you to give yourself a high five. Okay. Like that'll do. It'll be fine because you'll remember that one of the things that we spoke about is not coming into the context of taking things energetically personally, allowing the context of what feels like it's productive, not coming into that space of being energetically wounded, trying to work into the space of like, and again, this is why it feels like a lot of Gemini and Libra like lessons that were coming through during that eclipse process, right? When everything feels like it's going, like when everything when it feels like the the pressure is upon us, and we're just able to like navigate with a sense of that consistency, that is its own form of victory. So I just want you to think about that, because everything I keep on seeing right now across the frequencies has to do with working in the context of identifying and articulating how we feel. And I can see, like, and I keep on seeing there's a little bit of stuff right now that, like, and this is why I was like begging you guys not to get on a high horse about something during the eclipse. This is why I was saying don't take something personally. Don't get don't get all like twisted if something wasn't intentional, because sometimes we get off those moments. And again, and I need to point this out, like when we feel like we're working from a place of intentionality, then we feel a lot of that energetic rightness point. But when we feel more frustrated, right, when we feel more like we project, when we feel more like we come into that space of being like working through it, that's sometimes those moments that we sometimes like come out of those eclipse cycles and say, I don't know what got into me. And that's why I was trying to save you guys for a reading. So like, don't do something that you do during the eclipses and be like, I don't know what got into me. And I'll be like, you're gonna come to me for a reading. And I'm gonna be like, I know exactly what got into you. The eclipse got into you. Right? So there's something really valuable and important that we're seeing right now as it relates to the ability to articulate, and the ability not just to feel the things we feel, but to identify and understand the reasons why. This is why I keep on seeing that for energy and separation, this is a big deal, right? Because I keep on seeing all of this work that's happening right now for energy and separation is chariot lessons. What are chariot lessons, right? Neptune moving into from Pisces to Aries. What is the message that Neptune delivers? You can have feelings and still move, right? Neptune is beautiful because a lot of the lessons that we learn in Neptune cycles is learning that when we dwell on things, we block our blessings, right? When we dwell on things, we limit our ability to expand. It's not about dwelling, it's about figuring out what feels like it is energetically healing, right? The emotions that give us wings, not weights. And so I keep on seeing that this is either a bittersweet time right now for energy in separation, because I see three different modalities potentially happening. I see some kind of circumstance or situation that's reaching potential resolution points, because the articulation, it's like if someone's trying to articulate about their feelings, another person's looking for direction. Like it's like that place of saying, you like, don't confuse feelings with direction. There's only one thing that are directions. Directions are directions. Having a majority of, like having a quantity of something isn't a directionality to something. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that space, that the gift that's happening in some of these closing points of cycles is understanding the difference about having an alignment point, right? Having the same manifestation versus someone who doesn't want anything to change. They like it just the way that it is, versus another person that's looking or seeking something moving forward towards a manifestation. While for a lot of the other energy right now, some of these new connections that are forming, these are very fragile partnerships. These are not and I need to stress this because last cycle we saw that those were warrior partnerships that were coming together. Like I told you, Jupiter entered Gemini. It was like Wonder Twin energy. It was like, a minute, like just immediately, just like that's it, they're inseparable. But these energies that are coming together right now, not like that. There's care, there's conscientiousness, there's trepidation, right? Because these are wounds of intimacy that are being healed right now. I see, because I keep on seeing that there's some energy in separation right now that is wary as to who they build an energetic connection with, having learned the lessons of the past, that when we feel a lot of something but we haven't learned how to heal, then what we give another doesn't feel like love. It feels like we're giving them our fear. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about the ability to disassemble the emotions, that is the way, the language that the energy and separation is saying to one another, to say, you are safe with me, right? Because this is the energy that says, I contemplate upon how I feel. Even if I feel strongly about something, I don't just react to it. While for masculine and feminine that are coming into divine union right now, this is literally the energy that is feeling a shift. And the shift that they're feeling is the person that they're becoming in divine union. And I need to stress this, and this is what feels like it's so sublime and divine about a lot of that energy. And this is why it feels like it's Scorpio journey, because a lot of that work that we're seeing and identifying and recognizing, it's coming through in the space of being able to look back on the past self, right? Recognize that you feel so separate from it. And it's in that moment that you feel like you're talking about another person that you realize how far you've come. And so I keep on seeing that with a lot of that energy right now, there's something about it that feels very lucid, because this is the energy that feels like, it's hard for, I keep on hearing the energy looking back and being like, it's hard to recognize that person because of how much of the change has occurred. And that's often characteristic of a healthy energetic journey, because it's like, that's not, and I keep on seeing disassembling, not disassociating. That's the beginning of the inner child healing, because whoever that past version of the self was, that energy is like, it's like the energy is cradling that energy, because that is the journey of them coming into themselves and finding themselves. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union right now, this is why I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy right now that is deep within divine union is already in the space of doing work in Taurus and Gemini. This is just energy that's just like, I feel like all the like path work, they're taking their armor off, and the energy deep within divine union is putting their armor on. It's just like, it's working in that context. But again, because it feels like it's the energy that feels, it's like the strength of being able of feeling energetically protective, right? And there's a lot of protectiveness that I'm seeing that's occurring there, specifically and particularly because that is the energetic equivalency point of saying, like it's like, like I keep on hearing, like, love sometimes allows us to put boxing gloves on, because it's that energy that says, like, like we work for it, we have that tenacity, like if something's important, we hold on tightly to it. Third card in our 5-card spread for today is, we've got here, I love it, the Strength card in its reversal. And here's the thing, I'm a big fan of seeing the Strength card in its reversal, right? Because, and I need to point this out, and we talk a lot about this. We talked a lot about this in our tarot class on the Strength card. And again, if you missed that class, if you become a member of our tarot class program, it's still available to you as a monthly subscriber. But the Strength card, like for many of the cards, The opposite of the card, the reversal of the card is not the opposite. It's not, it's a disambiguation point to say that the card in its reverse is an opposite of what it is. Working through strength lessons in the reversal talk about the strength it takes to be vulnerable, right? It's easy to get defensive, right? It's easy. It's easy to project. It's hard, right? It's hard to do that, like to do that work as it relates to building into the context of authenticity, to coming into the context of recognizing and understanding and feeling the weight of those moments or those modalities. So I keep on seeing that there's something very profound upon that, because I keep on hearing, especially for the energy that is deep within divine union, I keep on hearing protective, not defensive, right? And why is it protective, not defensive? Because the moment, and we were talking about this yesterday, that this is similar to the same exact conversation we were having in relationality to some of the things that were coming through in the reading yesterday for energy within divine union. Yesterday, we were talking a lot about the difference between stubbornness and working through and insistence, right? Like, and what was stubbornness? We talked a lot about the fact that stubbornness is when we hold on to something because it feels good to hold on to it, but we can't really tell it, like we can't really explain to another why, right? Like often we have these indication points that help us understand what feels like it is coming from the ego versus the higher self. And often in those moments, one of the things that, like, one of the identifiers that we can articulate and recognize when it comes to seeing if we're holding on to something is, and it's a value, is the ability to explain why it's energetically important for us, right? Because the ego is stubborn, right? The ego wants to be in the space of articulating and amplifying because it wants it that way, right? It's like when we feel those moments, right? We have those moments and we don't want to let go of something. It's because it feels good to hold on to things, right? This is what we talk about with dwelling. And so it's important because you notice now, do you see the refinement point that's happening right now between the lesson within divine union and the energy and separation, right? The same reason it feels good to be stubborn about something for no reason is the exact same vibration as dwelling upon something, holding on to something because it feels good to hurt, right? But when we come into that space, right? When we come into the space of understanding the difference between being energetically protective and insisting upon something and having a lot of energy, like holding on to something that has meaning, it has wings. It's something that can move us forward. And that's why I keep on seeing that the difference between, again, stubbornness and the exquisite insistence is an exquisite insistence point is something that the higher self holds on to because it is able to articulate why it is important and necessary. We are able to recognize what comes from our higher self versus our ego, because the ego, the higher self, like the ego, when you ask it why, says because I want it that way. And the higher self says, how much time do you have? Like we all sit here, we'll sit here all day. Oh, like how much, like sit down, I'll make you a cup of tea. We'll be talking about this for infinity, okay? Because that's that moment that helps us recognize and identify the things that have energetic meaning. Now, for a lot of the energy right now in I keep on seeing, like, there's a lot of that work for energy deep within divine union that is, and I feel like the beautiful thing that's happening right now, especially with a little bit of this wonkiness astrologically, is being able to have clarity in between the difference of someone being insisting upon something because it's important versus someone being energetically stubborn, right? Like that's a little bit of the gift that we're seeing there. That again, it's frustrating in those moments, but it's also very profoundly helpful. While for masculine and feminine energy that are coming into divine union, I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, this is potentially looking back at a past version of self and continuing to see things that you are insisting upon. Because what did we talk about here? We've talked a lot, and this has to, you have to remember the energy is coming into divine union right now, where all of those warrior partnerships that were occurring in the last cycle. And what were the warrior partnerships working on? The learning the lessons of surrender, understanding that surrender does not mean letting go. I mean, it does not mean giving up. It means letting go of things that we are insisting upon so that we can see with more clarity. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, this feels like a continual aspect of energetic surrender, because this is being able to look back at the past version of the self and have a lot of notes. While for masculine and feminine in separation right now, I keep on hearing, and this is why, like when we have Neptune transferring out of Pisces into Aries, what do we hear being said? Feelings have nothing to do with it. You know, why is it feelings have nothing to do with it? Because a lot of the lessons that come through with Neptune is like the lessons that come through at the transition point between Pisces and Aries. Is Neptune says to us, don't confuse depth with direction. Don't confuse depth with direction. Depth is depth, direction is direction. So that ability of identifying that, this is why, again, this could be a situation or circumstance where if these are new partnerships forming, it's like someone saying it's not due to a lack of care that something wasn't able to go move forward, right? Because if we care too much about something, but we dwell, right? When we don't amplify the direction on how we feel, we start to dwell, right? We dwell on how we feel, right? We just sit in our feelings. We stew. You know what I mean? Like we just dwell in that space. But when we're in that place where we allow that to be that amplification point, we allow for that space of being able to move forward, right? We allow for that. We kind of allow ourselves to come into the space of recognizing, again, the energy of Neptune, which is having a depth of intensity, but still being able to move, right? Still being able to find that flow, not allowing the emotions to drag you back, but just understanding that that is the nature of emotion. So I'm not surprised that there isn't a lot of conversations that are potentially happening right now as it relates to new partnership energy, talking about the nature of confusing emotions. Continuing to get clarification between fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread. Before we start getting clarification on these cards, we've got the Star card in its upright and the Page of Wands in its reversal. This is how masculine and feminine are feeling today. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. I see feminine in a modality right now of, and I feel like there's something very interesting about this. Like I see a lot of the feminine working through the context of embodying and embracing their authenticity. And I like that because, again, the beautiful gift of being energetically authentic is, I keep on hearing, authenticity is its own shield, right? Why is authenticity its own shield? Because when we navigate those spaces and when we heal from the illusion of rejection, right? Then we recognize that if we're moving in the vibration of our authenticity and someone doesn't like that, good riddance, right? Like, that's the thing. If we are if we are in the vibration of our authenticity, and not to say that we're jerks about it, okay? Like, not to say we're not doing the work, okay? That doesn't mean we should become like me, but when we're doing the work on the self, right? When we're in that space, then we leave ourselves in a place of vulnerability because we're not defensive, right? We take others' notes, right? But we also embrace and embody who we are. It creates it. I keep on hearing it creates its own anchor, right? And so that ability of doing, like, of identifying that, we all effectively see to a certain extent that for a lot of the feminine energy in that vibration, that ability of doing so and kind of feeling like that, this is the energy that says, if there's another that does not like the self at the moment that you're being your authentic self, then that's not someone who's energetically aligned to you, right? And so that's why we see for a lot of the feminine energy, this is very difficult because this I keep on seeing. This is a lot of the feminine energy working to heal, holding a standard of perfection outside of the self, right? This is the energy of the feminine doing the beautiful work of the Venus in retrograde, which is what is the work of the Venus in retrograde demand of us? Finding that internal mirror, right? And I need to stress this. This isn't another person that says, I like you, I like you without makeup, or I like you like this. This is the moment of the energy of the feminine saying, I am in my authenticity when I see myself and say, I like myself just the way I am, right? So there's a lot of that feminine energy embodying that context. While for a lot of the masculine energy, we see that a lot of the masculine energy is simultaneously and similarly doing a lot of that work. But this is more in the realm of the masculine being able to embody and articulate upon their emotions, right? This is the masculine energy healing and recovering from spaces and places that told the masculine that in order to embody the masculine energy, they have to separate themselves from the emotions, right? That's the masculine that says, like, the act of becoming myself should not feel like I'm tearing myself apart. It should feel like I'm putting myself back together again, right? So I feel like a lot of that energy you see, right? Feminine energy is shedding right now. Masculine energy is stitching, right? Feminine energy is coming into that space of seeing themselves from a point of beauty, an internal compass point on beauty. Masculine is doing that work in reconnecting the part of themselves that they felt like they had to let go of because another person told them that that's what they would have to do to be able to embody the energy of being a masculine. So we see even now that a lot of the energy embodying that work, it's it's difficult. And this is why I see that a lot of the energy in separation is articulating upon disassembling how they feel by being able to understand that they might not feel the same way, but they're doing work that feels, if not exactly the same, feels like it is synchronized is the word I'm looking for, right? It's synchronous lessons, right? And a synchronous lesson is not the same lesson. It's not a unified lesson. They are synchronized lessons, right? Because it doesn't require the same work, but it requires understanding the work in different ways while continuing to get clarification. And that's happening across all the frequencies, continuing to get clarification between our Two of Pentacles in combination with our Queen of Cups and its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Empress in its reversal. There's that Venus in retrograde. There's that Venus in retrograde. Like, everything looks awful. Everything looks awful. Everything feels awful. Everything feels directed towards the self. Don't don't like I keep on hearing, like, I'm going to say this again. Everybody say it with me. Bitter, no bitter, just better, right? Better, not bitter. Better, not bitter. Better, not bitter. Because I'm telling you, we've been talking a lot about this, okay? So a lot of that space, working in that context, identifying and recognizing, feeling hard on the self. When we're able to recognize and identify and bring forth a bit of that compassion, it feels like it contains multitudes. It feels like we find all of that path work of restoration. But it's difficult, right? Because a lot of, like, I keep on seeing, like, there's a lot of that, there's a lot of that space. And I kept on saying this, like, don't come through, don't go through a Mercury and don't go through a Mercury retrograde and a Venus retrograde taking things personally, because frequently when it feels like things are very, like, focused to you, right, that ability of being able to just kind of move through something and have a little bit of compassion, it's like leading with compassion right now. All the lessons that we need can be found all the way over upon that full moon we had in Leo, right? Because what did the full moon in Leo teach us? Compassion. When we're feeling that weight, and we build into the compassion of the self, the compassion we give ourselves amplifies to all of those around us. It is like the gift that keeps giving. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that is being navigated, but it's hard because it's like I keep on seeing it's navigating through with compassion through wounds of the heart. And often I keep on seeing that ability to openly express, that ability to articulate how one is feeling, that ability to energetically share. It's like the ability that we give ourselves to do that. It's like the moment that we're able to kind of spread that across like all of the frequencies. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in combination with our Strength card in its reversal. One card to clarify. Yep. And here's the thing about it. I just got to I'll tell you, like there's something I need to stress this, and this is what's hard when we're going through work like this, particularly particularly chariot lessons, because everything I keep on seeing right now, especially with um, like especially with like the Neptune going forward and Mercury going backward and Venus caught right between, um, you know, the ability, the ability to not like when we okay, I need to point this out. We're going to talk through this. Um, when we're energetically defensive, right? We see things specifically from the point of view of the perception of the ego, right? The ego is defensive, right? And we talked a little bit about this. And again, I'm going to use a word. I'm going to use a word that I don't mean as an insult. I'm actually going to go back to the etymology of the word. And the word is dumb, right? Now, when I say dumb, I do not mean dumb. Okay, listen to me. I don't mean dumb as in stupid. Okay, I mean dumb as in dampening, right? Dulling, numbing, right? Like the word dumb is like the etymology of dampened and numb, right? We dumb something down. Dumbing something down means frequently meant in the past that you would pad something, right? You create a dampener. You create something that would make something so that the volume on something went down. You dumb you create dumb. So it's like it's so you have to understand that often when we come into those spaces, right, when we get defensive, what we're really saying is, I don't want to hear something. You know what I mean? Like it's like no 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 no. It's like covering your ears. It's like earmuff energy. Like that's what we mean when we use the word dumb here. So often when we're energetically defensive, we have a hard time communicating, right? Because it's almost that space that like the ego, and I keep on hearing like the ego never has a reason. It just doesn't like things, right? Okay. Like this is how we can parse through what is coming from our higher self versus our energetic ego. Like the ego that wants to protect us doesn't want to hear a reason. It doesn't want to hear anything. No, no, no. It's a lot of that, like, because it's comfortable and it just wants to be energetically protective, right? The higher self, like, so I keep on hearing disassembling, not defensive, right? Progressive, not stubborn. Because when we are speaking, when the higher self is bringing us into a place of reason, we always want to talk about it. We always have that ability to articulate the importance and value of things, right? Like, and so I keep on seeing that there's some situations right now of energy in separation, potentially articulating to another the disparity point and trying to say that there was a desire, there was like a deep entrenched desire to try to fix something from the past. But what happens when we're trying to fix something from the past and another person isn't working collaboratively with us, but instead is overly defensive? It creates, it's like a wall. It's impossible, right? Because it doesn't allow for anything productive. Because when you try to bring something productive to another, if all you do is get defensive, and we've talked about this, defensiveness is its own shield, because defensiveness says, I don't have to do anything. It's your fault when we project it outwards, or I'm the worst, I'm terrible, and falling over on ourselves about how bad we are. It says the same thing. There's nothing that can be done about it. And this is the energy that like I keep on seeing potentially reach some kind of conflict point and being like, I could not effectively collaborate with someone that at the time that I was saying that there's something here we could do, they would just, they would, I keep on hearing they would fall into a heap about, again, woe is me or woe is you. Woe is me would be the space of saying, oh, I'm the worst. This is terrible. I can't do anything. Or this is all your fault. I have nothing to do with it. It's the same vibration. It says, I'm not going to change. Right. So something about being able to recognize the optics or the impossibility matrix that occurs when another person is trying to tangibly work through something and another person is being defensive or overly corrective of how bad they are, that makes it impossible to do anything energetically productive. While we see even here that for a lot of, and this is why for a lot of the energy coming into coming into divine union, this is why I see a lot of energy looking back in the past and being like, oh, like that, like seeing that, potentially seeing that in a past version of self that was insisting upon things without recognizing what it is that they could do to change. While for masculine and feminine right now, deep within divine union, this is the energy that's kind of in that space of saying like, and I keep on seeing the energy being like, the what is and is not a productive conversation. Recognizing the vibration of someone that is like someone that is effectively um, like in a space where they can have a productive conversation versus those moments where it feels like someone is like whole like potentially even working this through with counterpart as it relates to what to do in situations where they're experiencing or feeling this in one shape, form, or fashion. Continuing to get clarification between our strength and card in its reversal in combination with our star card in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification, there it is. That's what we like to see. We've got our three of swords in its reversal. So this is a lot of like, there's a lot of vulnerability here. There's a lot of vulnerability. And that's what I meant about working through the context or the space of energetic compassion right now, because everything I keep on seeing here, like everything we keep on identifying, it's like, and I keep on seeing, um, like the conversation, like I keep on hearing the conversations upon airing of our frustrations. But I keep on hearing healing conversations because I keep on hearing frustrated, like frustrated, not defeated, like and this is why I keep on hearing it. Like there's something about the new partnerships that are occurring that often when we communicate our frustrations and another person recognizes and identifies them, it feels like a breath, a breath of fresh air. Like I can literally hear some energy being like in that space of being like, you don't know whether to scream or laugh, right? Because it's like, it's those moments that you're like, it's like, it feels like, and I keep on hearing there's a lot of energy right now in separation that is finding and feeling circumstances or situations that are validating. And I need to stress this: validating is not the same as having an ego padded, because validated, you're like, you often don't like being validated. Like that's the thing with being validated on something that is true. You hate the fact that you're feeling validated upon it. You know what I mean? Like there's something about that that's like working through something and it feels very frustrating. It feels very much like you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that it's a lot of that work. And it also is interesting too because it feels like a lot of the work today is connected to the throat chakra. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that space that's just like working through something to a certain extent that feels like, again, I keep on hearing feeling like you're letting off steam, but letting off steam in ways that feels like it's energetically stabilizing or supportive. You know what I mean? While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, the same thing. A lot of that may be letting off steam of the self, like a lot of that space in terms of feeling that, like often we have those moments, I keep on hearing it's like, it's like it's interesting because I hear the energy and separation saying like laugh or scream. Like I feel like there's a lot of that energy coming into divine union that has those moments of breakthrough that feel like they want to like laugh and cry because it's like they see something about this self they couldn't see before and it breaks their heart in the process. While for masculine and feminine deep within divine union right now, this just feels like a lot of like this feels like working through context or circumstances or situations that feel like they energetically test the patience because Gemini and Taurus lessons that we're seeing here are often ones that are built upon pathwork of consistency and determination. So there's a little bit about like, working through that context of like all it takes is whatever it takes kind of thing. Continuing to get clarification between our star card in its upright in combination with our page of wands in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now we've got here our 9 of swords in its upright. So I just want to remind you, okay, if you were hoping for there to feel like there was some kind of fundamental change that was going to occur when we come out of this eclipse cycle, and it feels very like humdrum, it feels very much like the same thing, that's just a reminder. It's because it's not that the eclipses bring new energy in and out, they amplify, right? They turn up the volume. We're still going through the same exact energy that we were during the eclipse. And sometimes I need to stress this. Sometimes it's almost worse when we come out of the eclipse because some of that energetic come down. You know what I mean? It's like, it feels a little, it can feel a little ennui. Ennui is the word I'm looking for. And unfortunately, we don't have an English equivalent for ennui. Ennui is like, how do I define it best? It's feeling sentimental, it's feeling very lucid and sentimental at the same time. Continue, and that's what we can kind of expect right now with Mercury going like backwards and Neptune going forwards with Venus in between. I told you, nostalgia is forming. Continuing to get clarification between our Empress card in its reversal and our 9 of Wands in its reversal. King of Wands in its upright. Now, I got to stress this. This is very important to note, and I would encourage you again to go ahead and take a look over on the Substack to see today's spread. Masculine is really up in their wands today. I got to stress, like there's a lot, all the masculine cards right now are wand cards. So there could be a lot of work right now in working through the context of like creativity and passion, right? Like finding, like not getting frustrated in relationality to trying to energetically communicate upon the space of passion is what I see. Feminine, we've got Empress in its reversal and a star card in its upright. So this is feminine, like just not being hard on the self, not worrying, trying not to worry so much about how others feel like about them, but working on the context of feeling good with the self is what I see. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of like, I keep on seeing feminine is working really hard to see that. I keep on seeing feminine is working really hard today to focus on that internal mirror of the self, which I'm not surprised to see with the Venus in retrograde cycle occurring right now. Masculine may be feeling like trying to find ways to communicate or trying to like channel their creativity. Continuing to get clarification right now between our 9 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our 3 of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. There's that 2 of Wands building in the context of, and I like this, I like seeing this right now across all the frequencies, healthy and productive communication, right? What feels like it is supportive, what feels like it is clear. And I keep on seeing that like one of the energetic gifts that is happening right now. I'm going to say this, like I would not be surprised right now if you're having a lot of moments that feel like they're lucid. But the nice thing about when we have lucid moments is that they can allow us to communicate very clearly, right? And I keep on seeing that there's something about for energy in separation. the breakthrough point I keep on seeing is getting far enough away from something to be able to see something with clarity. The gift of perspective, if you will, that's coming through. Now, and what's beautiful about that, and I have to describe this as it relates to these chariot partnerships that's forming, the gift of perspective that is happening right now for a lot of the energy and separation is seeing someone with the quality and characteristic of being able to see the self, right? And that's not disassociative, right? When we are able to feel the things we feel, but not react to how we're feeling the intensity of feeling and being able to communicate through it, that in itself is its own breakthrough. And so I keep on seeing that there's something very, I gotta say, there's almost something very cerebral about the vibe today, right? Because I can keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in like across, like especially for like I keep on seeing for masculine, it's beautiful because something about trying to like reorient and bring themselves back together, like merging the emotions and the self is allowing for a lot of productive communication, right? For a lot of the feminine energy, I see that this is a lot of the energy that's working in the context of feeling the stability point within the self, in feeling that confidence as it relates to how they feel and how they communicate. So I feel like the one thing that's nice about this is coming out of some of this eclipse, if there were any communication like issues that were occurring, so long as someone, I keep on saying, so long as you're still working on not letting the Venus retrograde build into the context of taking something personally, it can allow for a lot of that productivity point. Continuing to get clarification here between our Three of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify. A lot of nine energy today. We've got we've got three of the nine cards out today. So we've got our Nine of Wands in its reversal. And this is like, I just have to stress this. This is a very wand heavy spread. This is a very wand heavy spread. So make sure that you're not assuming things right now. Make sure that you're not coming into that pathwork of making assumptions. Because again, I just got to say this again, when we take things to when we take things to like personally, we can't see everything that's happening around us. That's why like that ability of being able to do something that feels like it's supportive, being able to do something that feels like it's energetically productive. Like I keep on seeing like there's a lot of potential breakthroughs that are occurring right now, but they're building into the context of like I'm telling you, it's training wheel energy, right? It's being easy on the self. It's not focusing, it's not getting frustrated at the self. It's not, it's not, and again, if you're doing something right now and you keep on putting the qualifier of trying, remembering that trying is the qualifier we give to something that we're actively doing. So for energy that's in separation right now, I feel like there's something, it feels like there's almost like a catharsis that's being reached around some kind of circumstances or situations, in being able to recognize and identify what was within your power to change in some situations from the past versus what was going to be like, what was going to require you to accept, right? And sometimes those moments, like I keep on hearing, like heartbroken but heartbreaking but not heartbroken, because those are the moments that the energy, it's like when we see something with clarity, something we see is heartbreaking, but it feels like it's fortifying because we understand um, the difference between what we can change versus what we were being forced to accept. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in that vibration right now, it's like, it's like I keep on seeing like the Neptune transiting out of Pisces into Aries is like moving the veil of illusion off the emotions, especially if there were situations where there were experiences where another person was confusing emotion with direction. Um, Continuing to get clarification for energy coming into divine union. This is energy being able to see that the pathwork of the self more clearly, right? And sometimes a good hallmark in the fact that we're making progress is being able to see something about the self that we couldn't see before. And it's painful, right? It's painful in those moments, but it's fortifying because it gives us something that we feel like we can correct. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, um, there's something very valuable and important to be recognized in relationality to perseverance. And I think that there's something really beautiful that I'm seeing here, which is again, um, you don't need to like often like when you're like and it's funny because the word perseverance keeps on coming through because when you're persevering, you don't judge yourself on like day by day. You look at progress, right? You understand like the directionality of the self. And so I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is kind of giving each other like the compassion of the counterpart by saying our job isn't to move a mountain. Our job is to like manage our inch the best way that we can. And those inches, like small progress pays off in big ways. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Wands, our Two of Wands, and one card to clarify. That's all that communication we're seeing today. There it is. Um, and here's the thing. This is what's really important that's happening right now. That's occurring specifically and particularly in the realm of communication. I keep on seeing that there's a lot of communication that's occurring right now, but is amplifying and articulating the difference between conversations that feel like they're dwelling and conversations that feel like they're productive, right? Like and here's the thing about it. Like when we dwell, we can't move, right? When we dwell, we can't move. I keep on hearing when we dwell, we can't move. When we move, we move. Like dwelling, and this is I told you, like this is these combinations here. Like these combinations, this is Neptune on the move. The four of swords with the two of wands. Because what are the lessons that Neptune teaches us? Just because you have a lot of feelings doesn't mean you have to sit in those feelings. Just because you have a lot of feelings, you don't have to stew. like Neptune's like, you can sail ships off of my feelings, right? Like that's a message, like that's the message that Neptune gives us. Neptune's like, it's not a shipwreck, it's hidden treasure. You can sail ships on emotions. You can set your sails on the emotions, right? Or you can sink into them, right? Like that is the message that Neptune often brings when we experience those modalities in terms of Neptune moving. And sometimes it's the moment, like when Neptune transits, it helps us recognize what feels like it's energetically productive versus what feels like it's emotionally useless, right? Because often in those moments that we realize, sometimes we realize it's about the self, like we're holding on to something, being like, this is not serving me, right? Like we talk about that. We're like, we have those moments sometimes that feel like they're fortifying because we say, and this is what we talk about with surrender, right? When we hold on to things so tightly that drag us down, right? We can drown in our emotions, right? We can feel like they're pulling us under. But when we let go of the things that feel like they pull us under, we suddenly feel like we can move. We suddenly feel like we can transport. And so I keep on seeing that there's something really beautiful about this because there's an observational point right now, and this is happening across the frequencies as it relates to conversations that are productive, things that feel like they have they have wings, things that feel like they're moving in a directionality versus a space that feels like it's just dwelling, right? Something that feels like it hasn't moved an inch because someone's still in the same exact, like, when we hold, like, again, when we hold on to something, we can't fix it, right? We just pull, like, it just pulls us down. It's like when we hold on to something, it doesn't, like, the only thing that fixes things, right? And sometimes when we're so busy holding on to something, we don't have our hands free to like, it's like you can do something better with it. And so that's why I keep on seeing that. And I need to point this out. It's like I keep on hearing the space of like when, and it's interesting too, and I don't want this word to be misunderstood. Sometimes making peace with things is giving them a rest, right? Because when we give something a rest, we allow the ability to move forward from something, right? Like, and that's what we have to do in any kind of healing vibration, right? It's like, I need to point this out, like when you have a wound, right? If you've got a wound on you, right, and all you do is like pick it, and you're like, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. And then someone comes up to you and they're like, how you doing? You're like, it hurts, it hurts. And you're like, well, maybe you should stop. Maybe you should stop touching, like maybe you should stop picking. No, but it hurts, right? And all someone does is communicate that something hurts. It doesn't allow the context by which something can heal, right? Being able to articulate upon how to heal something is how you heal something. If you articulate and focus upon how much something hurts, that sometimes gets in the way of healing, right? So I keep on seeing that there may be conversations of this nature that are occurring right now for energy and separation, having to do with those wounds that, it's like the moment of like not being able to get over something, or having those moments that like feel like they become those impossible hurdles. Now sometimes we have wounds that are, there's no moving beyond them, right? It's like being able to honor those spaces. But sometimes we have those moments that like it's about that identification point, and I working and recognizing what feels like it is productive versus what feels like it holds us back. And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work right now as it relates to clarifying and articulating. And I keep on hearing, the difference between dwelling upon something versus being able to actively fix it is being able to identify and recognize what another can do to be able to mollify something, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that, like, I kind of see some kind of energy and separation articulating upon situations or circumstances where it felt like they experienced something where it feels like it's an impossibility matrix, because you can't heal something if someone's always articulating that they're wounded, but they're not giving any clarification on what can be done to make something heal, right? Continuing to get clarification. And that's happening across all the frequencies. And a lot of that, like, it feels restorational, but it also feels like, it feels restorational, but it also feels like I keep on seeing like it's like hard, because I keep on seeing that some of it there is like is working through. I keep on seeing when we work through when we work through hard feelings, we allow ourselves to soften, is what I keep on getting. Continuing to get clarification between two of wands in combination with our nine of wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Yep, clarification coming through right now with the Queen of Wands. And I absolutely adore this spread right now, because we've got, make sure that if you're interested in the way the spread looks, I would encourage you again to go take a look at the Substack. You'll see the photo there. We've got some incredible card combinations today, because we've got the Queen of Wands in its upright and the King of Wands in its upright. Now, there's something really important to note, and this is why I keep on describing these right now as chariot partnerships that are coming together during this time, because there's a lot of this work that I'm recognizing and identifying. Do you want to see? I need to point this out. The Queen and the Queen and King of Wands right now are here, but they're separated. And what are they separated by? They're separated by the Four of Wands and the Two of Wands, right? Remember how I said that a lot of this energy right now in separation, the new connections that are forming, are coming through via V, the space or the situation or circumstance of having to heal from situations where another person, it wasn't due to a lack of love. It wasn't due to a lack of feeling. It wasn't due to a lack of emotion. But when we don't do the work on the self to overcome our fears, our love doesn't feel like love. It feels like we're trying to give someone our fear. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, the care, the trepidation, right? I keep on seeing trepidatious, not distant, right? Careful, not careless. That there's something about the delicacy. Remember, and I think it's interesting too, because those partnerships that we saw coming through during the Mars retrograde were warrior partnerships. There was nothing delicate about those. Those were energies just like finding each other and just immediately like they were becoming inseparable. These energies are weaving into each other, right? They're doing so carefully. They're doing so conscientiously because everything they keep on communicating to one another as they build forth to each other is, what does the chariot partnership say? You're safe to move with me. You're safe. You're safe to. You're safe to feel with me. I don't just. I don't just. I don't just. I keep on saying, I don't just. Like I don't just react to how I'm feeling. I do the work to disassemble how I feel to always make sure that it moves in the direction of my intention. While for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, this is a lot of the energy seeing the past in a different perspective and making energetic peace with it. Being able to look upon something, identify something, and allowing that sense of shift. This is the energy that says you do not need to be perfect to love because through your eyes I become perfected. Because this is the energy that sees one another, not just for like not just in their point of perfection, but they see how they struggle with things that they wish that they could do better. And they say to one another on that journey, you're not trying, you're doing. You know, that ability, having compassion for yourself, having forgiveness for yourself as you come to understand yourself. That is the gift that we often identify and recognize as we move into divine or sacred partnership. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. This is a lot of the energy that's like, it feels more like a fist slam kind of moment. You know, it feels more like working through some kind of like working through frustration, but doing so in a productive way, right? Like, and again, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of the work that's happening right now for energy that is deep within divine union. And what I keep on seeing is why are these Gemini and Taurus lessons? They're already way beyond the Aries cycle that we're going through, which is again, all it takes is everything. You don't try to come into a place of conditionality. You just look about like when you're trying, I keep on hearing when you're trying to make an even plane, you don't get frustrated if some day is harder and some days easier. You just understand that that's what it takes, right? When you're trying to build into consistency, you don't give everything, you don't give the same amount every day. You just look at the day and say, what is it going to take to get there? Bottom of the deck on today's reading. I mean, not bottom of the deck, sorry. Final card for today's spread between our Four of Swords in combination with our Queen of Wands in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Now, this is very intriguing. I'm not surprised. Okay, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised to see the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal right now because I'm going to walk you guys through this again. Time is a little bit weird. Time right now is a little weird because Mercury usually launches forward. Mercury is the fast energetic frequency. It's about communication. It's the amplification of innovation. It's about like leaping ahead. Mercury's pulling back. Okay, Mercury's in retrograde. We've got Neptune, which is usually the back end energy. Okay, it's a memory bank. It's the ocean. It's the depth. It's working in that space. What is that? What's that doing now? It's going forward. Okay, it's going forward. So we've got these two crossing each other. You got Mercury going this way, you got Neptune passing before it, and who's tucked up in the middle of it? Venus, right? So it could be leading to a lot, like, again, it's actually funny because it feels like meet cute energy, like things being in places that they're not be. I wouldn't be surprised if you're losing things right now or being like, I swear I put that there a minute ago kind of energy, because like it's doing funny things with our perception of time. And I keep on hearing dimensional placement of things. Bottom of the deck on today's spread is King of Cups. So I find it very intriguing right now that I need to stress this. We've got a lot of matches here in relationality to counterpart energy. Now, I need to stress this because we've got here the Queen of Cups is actually on the table, and we've got the King of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Now, this is very important because it has to do, okay? It has to do with the conversation that we've been having in relationality to honoring the emotions, right? And the thing about it, and I keep on getting that one thing that's very important right now is masculine and feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, are not working through the same energetic lessons. They are working through complementary lessons. They are working on synchronized lessons, which means they're doing things in different ways, but in the same direction. Why do we see this right now? Because often, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, the challenge point that we see has to do with the connectivity to emotions. And this is why it's having a different impact. For feminine energy, this is feminine energy trying to heal from putting others' emotionality before the feminine self, right? This is feminine energy that's working on setting healthy boundaries by saying it's not selfish to be compassionate to the same degree of the self as you give those around you, right? That's not selfishness. It's like this is, I can see the feminine working through this and saying, as long as I'm not asking for more, asking for the same that I ask from others is not selfish. That is balanced, right? That is creating the energetic balance point. And that's hard because feminine is healing from spaces or places where the feminine tries to create that point of energetic balance and sometimes feels energetically like a villain in the process, right? Like, well, and that's like the feminine, like going through, like, this is, I literally see the feminine going, I am not going into my villain arc. Like, I'm not going into my villain arc by simply asking for the same thing that I give to those around the self. Like, I can see the feminine being like, it is not villain, that is not villainous. While for masculine, this is masculine working to heal from the experience of feeling that in order to be a masculine, they had to like castrate their emotions. That the only way that the masculine could be a masculine is if they take the emotions, say you don't need those, just cut them off, right? Like, this is the masculine being like, who told me that that was right? Like, this is the masculine being like, anything I experience, anything that I have is a part of being masculine. It's not about feeling, having emotional intelligence is not learning how to shut the emotions off. It's learning. Stoicism is not becoming stone. Stoicism is finding the way to emotionally communicate, to feel the things you feel, but not let them get in the way of moving with intention. So that's why I see even now, it's interesting because this work, it's not exactly the same, but it's working towards the integration of the self. It's just requiring different things from the energy. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to do my best in giving you a recap in every class, but now is a great time to join because you could take like 2 classes a week up until the 16th and you'd be all boned up in terms of what we studied thus far. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you'll also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That's over 12 hours worth of material in an ever-growing library. You will also have access to the opportunity to receive a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your effect towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any new offers that any new offers that I'm having. Speaking of offers, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. Those can be purchased on an individual level or as a series. I would encourage that if you decide to purchase a the dream package, that you make sure that you start to create a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Alex. You got our highest gifter today. And Elisa, you were second, so you will also have an additional card pulled as well. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 7th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to take a photo of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, it's a nice one. I would encourage you to take a look over on the Substack later today when we post the podcast. Excellent. And just bear with me a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving this reading. Also, my friends, we are currently, hold on a moment. We are currently at 20.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And let me just read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yes, exactly, Pops. The universe said time to ground and get outside. Excellent. Glad you have a big smile, words. All right. And Holly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes. Just out here talking. But here's you making the best of it, Bridget. All right. And thank you, Rose, for that gift. Kat, thank you for the follow, dear. And thank you for sharing the live words. Showed a link of pic of Chad, then took his pic. An orb flew into the picture. Oh, Pops. That is so beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that here. Two birds, thank you for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Miss Miller. And action, yes. She's not doing a collective today. It's a prank. I love it, Frida. Exhausted and I don't. None of us ain't got. We do not have the emotional capacity for pranks right now, friends. Exhausted and emotional. Sending you support, Elisa. My cat's like, what the heck, Mom? Why are you outside and not in here with me? That's where I'm at this morning. It is what it is. Tap to claim. It feels like it's going to hold you up to that. I'll be high-fiving. Came in right in the high horse. Hi there, little vamp. Hi there, Empy. It's kind of funny. I'm a guy and I have to work backwards to the self build up. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like a lot of like that, like working backwards for a lot of, I think, masculine energy is having to do, bearing in mind it's not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to is like reclaiming the inner child, like the child that was allowed to feel, the child that was allowed to have emotions, you know? Shy, thank you for the follow. 555 Sadie, tap to claim. No arrogance and no disrespect, but that self love and everything's already there. And everything's already there, always has been. I'm just playing hard to get with myself. I mean, I feel like we're all like, listen, what is moving towards our higher self than playing hard to get with ourselves? You know what I mean? Like, I think there's something kind of beautiful about perceiving it that way. Alhambra, not me coming from a high and facing my final boss that's giving me a hard time. Well, I don't want you to, I am not like, listen, like as long as that final boss is the final boss of the self, like let it be a moment of personal understanding and expansion. You know, I always want to make sure we're not looking at the like, I like to think about the fact that the universe is working for us, not against us. No more funnies for me. Happy first. Enjoy the day. Right back at you, words. Thank you for that hashtag, Melissa. And Joker, thank you for the follow. All right. That's how I feel. They gave me their fears, working to lift them now. Continue to do that work, Elisa. Trishina, precisely. Hard to recognize their the last version. So spot on. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. This is why I like you. That makes a lot of sense. I do my best to try to make sense your words. How hard it is to be vulnerable. It's the hardest thing ever. Word, especially if you carry trauma. Years ago, I would have allowed the energy and situation to control my emotions. Tap to claim, Bridget. Now I'm able to observe it and let it flow freely through me. Tap to claim. Congratulations on that work. Macy, you talked about insisting and courtesy during my reading yesterday. I got here right as you said insisting. Wow, let that serve as further confirmation, Macy, and thank you for joining us back today. Bridget, I think all my clumsy encounters have been slowly preparing and tweaking me up. But it's like, I want you to, like, again, it's like working through the endurance point of the self, you know? And thank you for those hearts, Jet Set. And Danielle, thank you for the follow. Don't don't you call me Humpty Dumpty. I heard that picking up the pieces and putting them together. But here's the thing, I need to point this out. It's not it's not Humpty Dumpty, because you have to remember that in Humpty Dumpty it's like talking about a breakdown and something not being able to put back together again. I keep on seeing that there's something about this work that we're doing right now. It feels like disassembling the self to be able to understand the self better. Words. I just want to share from the view of the masculine. I always appreciated here words. We're always up for perception. We're always big here in the realm of being able to recognize others' experiences. Better, not bitter. Tap to claim, Elisa. All right. Yes. Like, yep, absolutely. Like diluting it. All right. And Frida, don't laugh or I'll snap her ball. Testing one's patient, my life's work. That's for sure. I found patience I didn't know I had. Continue to do that, Miss Melissa. That's on me. I don't know how to spell it. Oh, ennui. Yeah, Ennui. And thank you for sharing the live, Sweeney. Yeah, it's been heavy on bittersweet for me today. It's there's like a lot of ennui energy right now, Alexandra. All right. Hi there, Jacob. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Traffic jam. I'll just sit here and dwell in my feelings. Like honoring the feelings is is like allowing them to inspire you forward, dear. Traffic jam when you're already late. Exactly. Oh, well, it's not necessary to screen record words. So if you wanted to catch this again, you can find it. It'll be up both as a podcast over on my Substack. It'll also be up also be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church, and it's also available as a video on the place where we keep the videos. Dwell is to drown. Yeah, it's to sink. Exactly. Thank you for the compliment, Flo, on the top. So many wands today, Bridget. A lot. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing. It feels like a lot of air energy. You know, I see a lot of wands here. This feels like, and I like the direction of the wands. The wands that we want reversed right now are reversed. 9 of wands reversed, 10 of wands reversed. Right? It's like a lot of like working to be clear. Thank you for the compliment, Jacob. And Alex, thank you for those gifts. Virgo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. So spot on with what I'm going through. Thank you, Elisa, for receiving these messages. I am not going into my villain arc for expecting loving treatment. Oh my gosh, for real. Thank you, Flo, for receiving this message as well. And thank you so much, Fairy Brat, for the follow. Love the username. You're so welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I will never DM you. Okay. I mean, like, I will never DM you for a reading. And this is my only account. I know that there's a lot of accounts that pretend to be me. So I like to reinforce that to let you guys know. And also, if you're going to follow me across the other channels, please make sure you are doing so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, because that's the way to make sure that you're actually following the accounts that are me. You're so welcome, Jacob. You're so welcome, Becky. Nikki, I resonate with the last part. Not selfish to ask for reciprocity, but what if they struggle to? I mean, happy to draw cards on that, Nikki, if it helps. Have a good one, Jacob. Hope the universe does you good today. Felix, it feels like you were gifted to the collective shimmering asteroid. Thank you for sharing with us. I do my best, Felix. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Hanging with the ladies today. I feel a little cray. Thanks, words. Appreciate it. I had a reader friend request me, tuned out. They were the actual reader. She wanted to be friends. You know, that's the hard thing. Listen, I know I'm not the only one that experiences this, you know. It's rough on them streets. And they don't do a lot to help us, which is really frustrating. Thank you, words. Have a good one. Thank you as well, Alex. Hold on a moment. And Cindy, thank you for the follow. Where were we? So it starts in an hour. What starts in an hour? Oh, hold on. I got you. Wait, 1 sec. I see it now. I'm catching back up. Hi, Alex. Congrats, dear. Okay. I had a weird, Nikki. Hey, I had a weird dream. I don't know if it has any meaning. I have a meeting at 11 though. Would get on the list, but I don't know if the timing would line up. If if everyone's okay with you going first, I mean, I'm comfortable with it. The rest of the group has to agree. So if I've got the list right now is Bridget. Oh my gosh, my handwriting. Is this Jamie I wrote here? Maureen, Alona, Alex, and Elisa. Who's the second person on the list who starts with a J? My handwriting today is great. If they're comfortable with it, I'm okay with it, but they have to be okay with it. I got a nice 10 going on now. Alexandra, thank you for getting on the list, dear. For anyone else who'd like to get on the list for today, we've got 5 spots left for today, 5 spots left. Love that. You're the highlight of my day. Tay, that means so much to me. Thank you for being here and being a part of our collective. Today was really testing my patience. Hopefully time to relax with the readings. It's already, we just got started on today. I hope things get easier. Hold on a minute. I got you, Dada. Working to be clear indeed. I miss the collective. talking to a divorce lawyer. Oh, sending you so much support, Dada, on that journey. I know it's not easy. And thank you for sharing the live. That's me, Jennifer. Thank you. She's always welcome to come before me. I really appreciate that, Bella. And thank you for helping me understand my own handwriting. I love you. I love your username, by the way. I'll just pop on the list and see if it lines up. I got you, Nikki. Today is definitely testing my patience. Thank you. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, we've got four spots left for today, 4 more spots. All right. That said, let's get started. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. Okay. The first person we are reading for today is and Nikki, you know what? If you don't like Nikki, if the timing doesn't work out, if I don't get you today, you'll be straight on the list tomorrow. So you'll definitely get the reading. Okay, the next, and if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots left for today, 4 spots left. Oh, thank you, Bridget. Excellent, and thank you, Marianne, for the follow. Are Jennifer, Maureen, Alona, are you guys okay? Like, are these gifts? What's CD cards? Cards, sweet honey. If you want to get on the list with a gift, you can give the gift of a baby dragon. We'll also get you on the list. Okay. Grand Rising, Estevan. Okay, so I've got, all right, so I've got Bridget, Alona, Alexandra, Maureen, Jennifer, Alex, and Elisa. Are you guys comfortable with Nikki going first? And Nikki, one thing that could help is why don't you message me? Have you messaged? Do you want to email me the dream, or do you want to put it in the comments? I'm making lunch now, so nice to charge my phone. Yes, of course. Thank you, Alexandra. I appreciate you guys. Okay, so I'll put it this way: if everyone else is comfortable with it, I'm happy to do Nikki's dream reading first. If anyone's not comfortable with it, feel free to let me know, and I'll put you like then we'll navigate that too. It's pretty quick. I really don't know if it means anything. Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate all of you helping the collective. All right, Nikki, we're going to do your reading next. And just a reminder, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left for today before the list is closed. Nikki, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like? What am I talking about? Can you let me know what the dream is? I get like, whoop, whoop, whoop. Hi there, Sasa. How are you doing? Sandra, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. You'll be the 4th person read for. Yeah, I was going on autopilot. Boop, boop, boop. All right. And hold on a minute. Okay. All right, I got you. I'm just waiting for Nikki for your question to come through. Okay, so reading, okay, we're doing a dream interpretation right now for Nikki. And just bear with me. Trina, thank you for sharing the live. Good to see you, dear. And Marion, thank you for the follow. Sweet honey, if you want to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of 28 for non-subscribers. Binks and my Lio. All right. Grand Rising, Esteban. So good to see you. I know I love the baby dragon too. All right. Absolutely. Thank you guys. I know. I love the dream interpretations as well. I know. Excited to see what that looks like. Same. All right. So we're reading now for Nikki. All right. A dream interpretation for Nikki. So for context, I work in baseball. Well, that's cool. And in the dream, it was a baseball dream, and the runner was on third. He stumbled, and his foot got stuck, and his foot was twisted all the way around, like opposite normal direction. And then after, there was a class about what happened. And I was like, ow, oof, yikes. Okay. Is that everything? All right. Can I please get four cards for Nikki on the meaning of that dream? Highest party messages from spirit, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Pretty much, yes. I just remember not being that bothered by it. That's intriguing. All right, four cards. I just need to point out, I just there are moments when I'm doing readings and the synchronicity of the cards in terms of what we're reading for just feels incredible. So I just think it's really amazing because like we've got the four of cups with the ace of wands, and this would scream to me baseball injury. So I just, yes, thank, yeah, it's a bat, exactly. I think that's, and again, this would be a home run here. So the cards are very much in attunement with the reading that we're having right now. So basically the thing about it that they're talking towards is, um, what's interesting about it is, I like, it's interesting because they're saying that it has to do with the past. Um, there's something really important about the fact that you were watching a tape, right? You were watching a tape as to something that occurred. Now, one of the things I also think is really important about having a dream of this nature is when we look at the divine energy update that we spoke, like that we just had. One of the big things that's happening right now astrologically is we've talked a lot about the fact that there's something very unique that is occurring right now in this transit between Neptune moving forward, Mercury moving backwards, Venus kind of caught in between. I keep on calling that this energy right now is like the nostalgia factory. And what is a nostalgia? Nostalgia is the moment that we're able to look back on something and say, it doesn't hurt anymore. Now, what is the gift with nostalgia? Is there are things that we go through. We experience some trauma and we cannot face the lessons to be found there, right? It hurts too much. There are moments where we move away from circumstances or situations, and it's so ugly, it's so awful that we can't even bear to look at them, right? And in those moments, it's actually like spirit basically says it's okay to energetically disassociate, right? Because sometimes it's not it's not disassociating. It's healthy disassociating when we say to ourselves, I cannot face something because it is too painful to experience. I cannot face something because it would hurt too much. It would literally wound me to have to confront it. And often this is why, in the context of our trauma, some trauma we cannot heal from until months, albeit years, after the circumstance or situation occurs, because the only time we can actually begin to heal from trauma is when we find the internal ability within ourselves to be able to look at something and not just experience pain when it comes to confronting it. And so they're saying that the analogy of this being a baseball situation, an injury that occurred on the field, right? Something that is absolutely one of the most grievous injuries you could potentially articulate, something that is literally mortifying to describe, is giving the example of something that you yourself experienced. And it's giving you the sense of understanding. You can't think about what you could have done differently at the moment that you experience that. You can't think about, like, all you do is navigate. When you're experiencing that, there's no time. That is not the time to talk about it. Like, when it's happening is not the time to talk about it. The only time you can actually look at something and really be able to say, okay, like, let's look at it, let's pull back the tape is the moment after after you experience the trauma where it doesn't hurt anymore, where you're not just focusing on surviving. It's giving a lot of that space of helping you understand that closure does not come in the moment that you experience the pain of trauma. Closure comes in the place where you're healing, and you find that moment that you can look at something and say to the self, it doesn't hurt anymore. Not that it didn't hurt, not that you've stopped, like, and I need to stress this, not that you didn't hurt, not to say it didn't bother me at all, right? It's not that energy that says pretend it didn't happen. It's the energy that says I can look at it now and I can identify what went wrong. And I can see it with clarity because I'm no longer seeing it through the pain of experiencing it. So they're saying to me that there's something about that that is giving you a point of understanding. If there's something that you're carrying currently that feels like it's too painful to look at, it's a two-part message. It's saying if there's something that you keep on trying to face, but you're saying, I'm not ready to face it, the guides are like on your timeline. You're not working on another person's clock. You're working on your clock. You don't have to face anything until the moment you're ready to face it and not a moment before, because they're giving the analogy of the pain experience, saying you can't, when you're experiencing it, is not the time to figure out how to heal from it. You can look at it once you're ready to look at it. And they're saying that potentially that moment is coming right now in relationality to being able to get enough perspective from something, get enough distance from something to be able to see something with better clarity. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you can't force it. Healing, this is why we say healing is not linear. You can't put a clock, you can't put a clock to it. Sometimes we can do that in a week. Sometimes we can't do it for years. And a lot of the message that was basically saying it has to do with not forcing things, not forcing yourself back onto the field, after sustaining an injury like that, not forcing yourself to look at the tape of the injury occurring until you're ready to observe it. It basically says nobody else gets to tell you what is healing to you except you. So if there's someone trying to force a conversation from you, if there's someone who's trying to say to you, I think that we should do this because it would give us a lot of closure, nobody gets to decide what is healthy for you except you. Because what might be healthy for them and what might be healthy for you are absolutely different things. Thank you so much, Nikki, for having that dream reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for a dream reading or anything else, you can do so. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left, and then the list will be closed. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th person read for. We've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Sandra, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. And Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Nikki, just reading over some of Nikki's comments. Going to get 2 cats and name them Binks and Lio. Oh, I love that flow. I love it. I adore it. And I was like, yeah, I see this pretty much. Yes, I remember not being that bothered by it. That's the important thing. It's a bat. Yep, exactly. I cannot. I cannot. These are all baseball cards. Like this is a home run. This is the injury on the field, right? And this is the how to do it better. Nishi, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. And work with my ex. So again, the connection too about the fact that this was connected to trauma that occurred on the field. I was thinking a lot about our memories yesterday, a lot of nostalgia that's forming right now because of this transit of Neptune coming, like transiting into Aries. It feels like maybe I completed the 180 and I'm past the hurt. Exactly. Wow, tap to claim, Nikki. Our ending was incredibly painful. I feel like I was going to be poof gone. So again, the grievous, mortifying injury that occurred on third base. Yes. Thank you as well, Bridget. I finally feel like I'm past it and healed, which is why I can access the memories again. Exactly. Thank you, Nikki. This is so crazy. Wowza. Thank you again for sharing that. Thank you again for sharing that dream with me, with all of us. I really appreciate it. It's a beautiful dream to read for. Hi there, Minnie. I just want to confirm that I'm on the list. Just sent over PayPal. I think I've got you. Bianca, let me know your name, dear. And Sophia, I needed this message. Thanking you and Nikki for this help. You're so welcome, Sophia. Nothing makes me happier when the messages you receive help others as well. Thank you, everyone, for letting me jump the line. It makes so much sense. Thank you, dear. And Grand Rising, Mrs. Quiz. Yes, thank you for sharing. Absolutely. Yep, you're on the list, Bianca. All right, next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left, and then the list will be closed for today. Also, friends, we are at 24.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. I love those cats. Purr. Thank you. Healing and releasing. You're so welcome. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Can we read on my cat Hazel? Yes, she's 12. Wow. Okay. And thank you, Bridget, for being the first person on the list today. You will have 5 cards read for. Can I get 5 cards, please, on that animal companion? Hazel, please. Messages from Hazel. This is like bodyguard energy. I like this. What's interesting about it is like they're saying to me, like, I've got at least 2 other lifetimes when they've been around you as it relates to an energetic companion. Like, I just need to show you. Like I've got 1 here, I've got 2 here, and I've got 3 here. Like this is like you guys are like it's giving me like a little bit of this like bosom buddies kind of energy. Um, you know, what's interesting about this is I gotta tell you, I mean, like the thing that's interesting about it is I feel like there was an incarnation where this was an actual person. You know, there was an incarnation where they were actually saying to me also, like not only were they a person, but they were an energetic male person, which is interesting about it too, is what I'm seeing. Like it's giving me like I keep on hearing it's giving me like bodyguard energy. Like I'm telling you, it's giving me like someone who used to be your bodyguard in some way, shape, or form. You know, and I feel like there's something really and it feels like I don't know why, but they're saying to me they owe you one. You saved their life in some context. Like that's the thing. Like this is giving me like Wookiee life debt kind of energy. Is what I really like. They like you understand. I see someone. Do you see this? Like I just want to show you the cards that I'm seeing. This is someone saying they pulled me out of the fire. They really saved me. Like I was in their energetic debt. And I see them saying like, no, I owe them. Like I really owe them. And that's why I'm effectively this is saying to me, like I keep on hearing them say, I never forgot that. You know what I mean? Like there's something very valuable and important as it relates to the energetic journey that you've had with this energy here. And it's beautiful because I keep on hearing like it's funny because they keep on saying to me, I owe I owe them in such a way like they're like I can't even tell you what they mean to me you know um I feel like there's something really important about that because like I see the fact that like, you know, they do a lot of work in relationality to I feel like it's funny because they say to me like they do a lot of work to protect you in your dream space. So like if you're ever seeing like I don't know why, if you're ever seeing someone like coming up in your dream space and protecting you from something, like I keep on seeing they're like they're going that's me. Like like they're giving me a lot of this like I keep on getting like that's what I mean. I'm like I keep on hearing them say I'm the heavy. Like I'm the bodyguard. You know what I mean? Like you want to talk to me, you got like if you want to talk to her, you got to get through me first kind of thing is what I keep on seeing here. Um yeah, I don't know why they're saying this and I'm just going to tell you what I'm hearing. They're saying I'm a dragon, which is why like which is funny about it because they're like it's like I'm seeing you know what I mean? I don't know what this is. It's like it's a funny kind of energy, you know, because like, I feel like, I feel like they're actually like this like really noble energy, but they're like, like that, like that's the thing, like that, like they don't mind being mates. Like they like I need to point out when we have a lot of security in terms of who we are, like we put up with a lot. We put up with a lot of things. You know what I mean? Because like it just it like the reason like and that's why they're like like when they like they're saying to me like the reason they're showing me something is they're saying like if someone comes towards you with like the lack of intentions um like I keep on hearing like reason the cat hisses is like the hiss I see the hiss like and I see like fire coming out of their mouth, they're like I'm a dragon because they're like they keep like that like the drag like the cat hisses and it's like the fire that comes out of their mouth, right? Like they're like they're like yeah like that's what I'm doing, they just can't see it is what I keep on seeing them say. So if I don't know if they're a hisser or if you've caught them hissing, but they're saying like when they hiss, they see themselves as like these little as this like little dragon. You know what I mean? Like that's why they do it because they're like like they like that's where that comes from. But it also says to me like what's interesting about it is I keep on hearing someone like there's something about this companion energy that says to me, and I think it's interesting, I don't always see animal energy like this, but they're saying to me that there was a choice to come back in spirit as a companionate animal because um, often like they're expressing to me that there was like a choice to try to be in proximity to you energetically and they're like, I keep on hearing you can't have bodyguard. They're going, you can't have bodyguards anymore. They're just walking. They're like, you can't. There's no work. They're going, there's no. I can't do the work I used to do the way they used to do it. So this seemed like they're going. This seemed like a good option because that way I could be around them. I could move through spirit. Like they're like this seemed like it worked in a pinch. It's like it's like a lot of that type of energy is what I'm kind of getting. But again, it says to me that there's something about very beautiful about it because it feels like someone who like across a lot of different experiences they've always been in a space where they like to be they like to be around you energetically and they like to protect you, and so and again I keep on seeing they keep on saying and I keep on hearing them say remember I will always protect you, which is like really the most beautiful thing. They're going even if you can't see me, remember remember I'm still energetically always protecting you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like again I feel like you're worried about her for about something. I keep on seeing like, don't worry about her. She goes, my job's like, you're not supposed to worry about me. I'm supposed to worry about you. It's what I keep on saying. They're like, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Like I'm worried. Like I worry about you. It's not the other way around. Like they feel like, they're very, like, I keep on hearing like, you know, I keep on hearing them say, Like, don't worry about me. I'm fine because, they're like, that's what they said. They're like, like I keep on hearing them kind of say, like, it is what it is. Like I keep on hearing them say, I knew the assignment. Like it's what I keep on hearing. They keep on going, they're going, I knew the assignment. They're going like that. It's just, it's like I keep on hearing them say it comes with the territory, you know. But there's something really beautiful about this energy here. But my favorite thing they said was like the drag. They're going the dragon, like they literally are like they're the dragon, like they're like I'm here to like I protect you. And when I keep on hearing when they hiss, it's like they're letting a lot of that like fire out. Like they keep on going like she doesn't know I'm like she doesn't know I'm a dragon is what they kept saying to me. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's weird because it's almost like someone saying they were a knight, like they used to be a knight and now they're a dragon. Like that's the funny thing about it. They're like, yeah, they're like full circle. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left. Next person on the list for today is Jennifer. Jennifer, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, the list is open. We've only got 3 spots left for today. So if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later to secure your spot. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. And thank you so much, Bridget, for sharing that reading with us. It's a great energy. I love them. They're cool. They're cool. They're cool. Hold on a minute. And thank you, Gypsy Queen, for the follow. Hold on a minute. Just reading over that reading. Let's go, Alona. And Renee, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be after Bianca. If anyone else wants to get on the list, I've got 2 spots available today, 2 spots left. Congrats. Absolutely. Also wondering if she would mind a dog. I don't see anything here. Like, it's interesting because I saw this energy and I was wondering who this was. This would say to me, they think now's a great time to get a dog. Like they're saying they wouldn't mind a dog at all. Thank you, Tay. Thank you, Gypsy, for the follow. She is my literal child. Yes. Amazing. Past life energy, second day in a row. Well, this is like, again, like it's interesting because like I'm nothing, I really love it when I'm able to do a reading across days and we see things that are connecting. So this is very much connected to the reading that we had yesterday. Like they were literally saying like what you were talking about yesterday. I was there. Like they were like, I was there. Like, yes. Wow, the song Reincarnated by Kendrick just popped into my head. Oh, I don't know that one. Go ahead and post it in the Discord in the music section. Oh my God, get out. I have conversations with her all the time about coming back as my baby one day. Oh, that's beautiful. Catherine, confirmation as my male black cat demands to sit on my lap. Oh, I love it, Catherine. I fostered her and her siblings. That's beautiful. I've said all the time, the cat is my child and teaching me the human children. He loves me so much. Every time, listen, the one thing I found every time I read for a pet, we don't pick them. They always laugh. They're like, they think they picked me. Like they think they picked me. It's very funny. They don't see it like that. They're like, they think we are ridiculous if they think there's any context by which we pick an animal. Like they're like, what are you guys, like, dumb? Like, no, we pick you. She's my emotional support cat for sure. I will share a pic. Oh, please share pictures in Discord. I should create a pet section. She lets me do anything to her. Oh my God, stop. Catherine, this is my boy. I've always considered him a dragon as an Aries. I love that, Catherine. I had a spirit animal reading months ago, and a white dragon came forward. Also had an imaginary dragon as a child. Well, let this serve as confirmation on that reading as well. And Angel, thank you for the follow. I have a very hard time thinking about her not being here one day. Well, and that's the thing I'm seeing here. Like, I'm seeing the fact that they're reaffirming to you that they've been like following you like across lifetimes. They're not going anywhere. Like, that's what I keep on seeing. They're like, "I'm not going anywhere. You just because you can't see me doesn't mean I'm not gonna be there." And Miss Miller, thank you for joining as well. Darn, chills and tears. Hope I'm overthinking. Sending you support there. Yes, Renee, I've got you on the list, dear. I love that reading as well. Thank you for having that reading with me, Bridget. It was beautiful. It's a beautiful relationship. When I have to travel and leave her, I have a hard time thinking she's lonely. I mean, I don't see an energy here that's lonely at all. You know, like I see someone who's got a very, very rich life. They keep on like all these pentacles. I love seeing pentacles like this. They're like, well, I have nothing. I have nothing. I have nothing to want for. Like I have them saying, I'm treated like royalty. You know, like they're going, I'm treated like royalty. We did the daily collective already, Matilda. It'll be up on the place where we keep the videos later today, and it'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Such a beautiful reading, Bella. You're so welcome, Bridget. I got you, Bella. I was just hold on a minute. Bella, can you confirm where you sent so I can find the conversation? All right, just bear with me a moment, please. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you would like to get on the list for today, I've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Hi there, Renee. She's a baby dragon. I love it. Yes, I think I will think about a dog. Yes, she found me for sure. Even when they're baby kittens, I believe it. Thank you, Esteban. I really feel like he was my child in previous life. That's so sweet. Heaven on earth is being well loved pet. It really is, isn't it? Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know, dear. And I can read it aloud. I really appreciate you confirming that I can do so. All right, just bear with me a minute and we're pulling that up. Also, my friends, we are at 27.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Tay. Warm tones compliment you so well. Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you to say, Tay. I appreciate you. All right, I'm just pulling up. I got you, Jennifer. Okay, I love it. We're doing a past life reading for Jennifer, and Jennifer's also given me permission to read the past life aloud. So, past life reading, please. I had my first regression vision. I was running through a corridor. It was very intricately designed, either ancient Egypt or Rome looking. I remember seeing gold details on the walls. I was being chased and it was panicked. It then flashed to my lover, holding me in his arms. I had been killed. My back was arched backwards, my body limp as he held me in his arms. I knew I was betrayed and killed, but I don't know by who. I felt like I was some sort of priestess by the intricate clothes I was wearing. I could feel immense grief, heartache, and betrayal. I then heard, and they all wept. I felt like it was a tragedy that affected many. I just kept hearing it over and over, and they all wept. It was extremely emotional. Wow. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards for Jennifer in understanding the connection point from the past life to the present? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Oh, and 1 more, please. Thank you. All right. Well, there's that. That's confirmation. Yeah, I mean, I just want to show you some of the cards we just pulled to give you confirmation on. I mean, again, there's sometimes the cards are just, yeah. I mean, this is confirmation on everything that you just. This is basically the description of the dream here. So this is the state of mourning. This feels like this feels like an overthrow situation. Everything I'm kind of seeing here, it feels like a power change. It feels like it's giving me the vibration of you being in some kind of higher seat, right? Especially with this Queen of Wands energy. And I just keep on seeing that and this again, often with this Two of Wands, this would also be indicative of doing something to try to energetically silence you, especially because a lot of the space that we see with the Two of Wands has to do in the space of like communication. And it's interesting too because I keep on hearing something in relationality. I keep on hearing that even those who did it didn't want to. I keep on hearing them say it had to be done. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing that I see that feels like it's so energetically tragic because I see like the tragedy around something wasn't just this was not done like in a space of it's like it wasn't done in a space of animosity. It was done like it almost feels like you were the collateral damage of some kind of of some kind of like larger like like thing that was happening, right? And that's why they're saying to me the reason that they're saying it's really important that and that's why they keep on articulating this when they keep on saying in the past life reading the regression point and they all wept. What's really important about that is the word all, because what they're saying is this was not done with animosity. This was not done this was not a situation where you passed and someone said like good riddance, right? This was a situation where I see that even those that had to carry something out here they did not like I keep on hearing like it almost feels like someone who tried to do everything to avoid something, but there was just that I keep on seeing there was nothing that could be energetically done because it would have it would have been impossible is what I keep on saying. Like it's something I keep on hearing it would have been impossible to um like to navigate a transition point because it almost feels like it would have you would have created a space where others would have rallied around you is what I keep on hearing. Like that's how much that's how much significance that you had. Like it almost feels like I'm giving you I'm almost getting a situation here. Like I'm getting a situation. It feels like you are in some kind of I gotta point this out. So what I'm seeing is I'm seeing some kind of family dynamic. And what's interesting about it is I don't necessarily see you in the space of having had the seat of authority, but you were adjacent to the seat of authority. And that's what it feels like that was so tragic because you were in a space where, again, you're like, I had nothing to do with it. You weren't even close to it. But somebody like the fact that you were connected to some kind of line is what I keep on hearing, is why I keep on hearing that really had to be done is what I keep on hearing. And so that's why, like, I feel like a lot of that work is identified and articulated about, like, it's interesting because that's like that they're giving me a lot of the explanation as to the intricacies in relationality to kind of filling in the gaps of the vision as to why they kept on saying, like, and they all wept, right? Because it's like when they say they all wept, like even those who carried it out were weeping as they were following another person's directive in relationality to what they had to what had to be what was occurring. Um I do want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, and it's interesting too because like there's something there's something about this that I feel has some kind of like it has some kind of application in relationality to I'll put it this way. Sometimes when we go through energetic journeys, we change a lot, right? Um and sometimes we remain the same. Like sometimes like Sometimes we change a lot and sometimes we remain the same. And so they're saying that you are very, oh, yeah, oh, there it is. Like, look at, oh, do you see what just happened? I went to go pick up the deck and these two cards are there. And this is the high priestess energy. And this is the energy of the relationship that we just talked about. So they're saying to a certain extent, you know, I'll put it this way. Sometimes we go through karmic work because we leave an experience and say, I could have done that better. There's something I messed up there. Sometimes we come back because we didn't have the opportunity to be the person that we could be because of the situation we're in. And they're saying that you're very energetically connected to this incarnation, specifically because you're very similar. It's not like you had notes that you took away from that saying would have done something bitter. Like you were like the consequence. Like your passing was the consequence of the environment around you. So there's a deep similarity and connection that you have with that embodiment because you're pretty much the same embodiment in a different place. Like I keep on hearing like what a difference time makes. Like there's something about that being like now you get to experience that like very much being in the same embodiment of that energy. Um, but in a circumstances where that doesn't necessarily like where like your connection to others does not run the risk of you like being in some kind of like negative state. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. um, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. And if you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I also want to point something out that's coming through for me, Jennifer, as it relates to that vision. Focus on the feeling you had um, in the arms of that individual, because there's something about the vision. It wasn't telling you so much about they were saying it wasn't telling you so much about that, like why you passed, but it says that there's something about that vision arising to help you recognize the feeling of the energy of your divine counterpart. So take that note as well, because there's something about the familiarity point in being able to recognize that energy. Something about the way you felt in their arms. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And again, thank you. And thank you for sharing that beautiful regression with the collective. Next person we are reading for today is Alex. Congratulations in winning the highest gift or giveaway. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 2 spots left for today, and then the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, we will be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 29.2K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I got you, Alex. Good to see you, dear. And Adam, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. All right. Absolutely. There we go with the goosebumps again. Thank you, Per, for being here and receiving these messages. Sometimes we put too much emphasis on the deck. I agree. And I always like to point this out, Adam. The correlation in relationality to being able to read the deck, it changes person by person. But there's something that we've noticed the last like couple readings where the deck has been giving like a lot of literal cards and almost like describing the situation that we've been seeing. So it's just, again, we just had it with the baseball reference. So even here, like this is giving me like mourning, being silenced because of their position. There's that transition point, and this is saying to me the cards that were on the part like bottom, it's saying very similar to the same energy as this individual, the same person, right? Like just at a different time point in time. Thank you. I believe it is part of healing the witch wound. Yeah, it definitely is. I was going to say there's something about that, like not feeling the anxiety of being in your authenticity that is energetically connected to the trauma of having experienced that. He was definitely mourning. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Bridget. Good to see you as well, Alex. All right, can I please get 3 cards for Alex, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. What does Alex need to hear today? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Also, friends, we are at 29.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll gift a reading back to the collective. All right. You know, I feel like a lot of this, like these are all Neptune lessons coming towards you right now. These are all Neptune lessons. Emotions do not hold us back. They move us forward. Honoring the emotions does not require us to dwell on them. You know, like this is, and I keep on getting like, here's the thing about it. And we got to talk about it. It stinks. You know, like when emotions don't have direction, they feel like quicksand. When emotions lack direction, it can feel like spiritual and energetic quicksand, right? They feel confusing. They feel heavy. Um, and I gotta kind of say, you know, there's something really important that's coming through in this reading as it relates to being able to identify the difference between a productive and a non-productive conversation. Um, you know, and I gotta say this, like this is why we sometimes have to reach closure points if it feels like we're having the same conversation with another over and over and over again. I almost have this energy. I almost have this energy of someone coming, like trying to come towards you and say, "You have no idea what you mean to me." And I almost see you saying to them, "What I mean to you has no meaning unless it's going in an energetic direction." You know, like I see something here. You know, I can see someone that like they're missing you, you know, but missing you isn't the same as wanting to build with you. You know, missing you does not mean that they want the same things as you. And I keep on seeing like this is why it feels like there's a lot of work that the guides are trying to point out to you in terms of identifying and recognizing what feels like a productive and healthy conversation versus what feels like it would just be kind of dwelling in the past or having some kind of desire to go back to something. Um, you know, the one thing I will say is I don't want you settling for anything right now because, you know, this is, and I'm going to put it this way. We shouldn't feel like our manifestations, when someone's bringing them towards us, they should feel like a celebration, right? They should feel like a parade. And that's why sometimes we have these moments where someone comes up to us and says like, fine, you win, whatever you want. Like that's why when someone says like, often when someone says like whatever you want, we recognize that there's a closure point there because, you know, like, and we've talked about this here. A manifestation should be mutually desired. It should be the amplification of mutual joy in moving towards something. It shouldn't feel like someone is giving us our manifestation and like they're resigned to it. Like they're meeting us at the table and negotiating and saying like you know, like that's why sometimes when someone says to us like, fine, you win. Are you happy? You're like, no, right? Because it's not about a good manifestation isn't just about getting what you want. A good manifestation is navigating the joy of moving towards something with like in a way that is, I keep on hearing, mutual enthusiasm, mutual delight. And I keep on seeing that this is like there's some kind of impossibility matrix that you've hit between you and another person, which is like, you know, like something where, they miss you, but they don't want the same things as you. And that's okay. Like that's the thing. Like, and I keep on hearing like, you know, we can we can find closure in the moments that we can identify that we want different things. But sometimes, like when another person is reluctant to let go, it's hard because you have to kind of like it's almost like the person who like energetically refuses to see that. So, you know, just I keep on hearing you don't like if you've explained this to someone, you don't need to energetically repeat yourself, right? Like spirit's basically saying, and I gotta say this, I have to point this out. Even if someone's coming towards us in a nice way, if we've politely told them what it is we desire, and then they continue to push upon what it is that they want with us, that is not polite. It's rude. Courtesy is not in being nice as you demand something. I keep on hearing this from one of your guides. Current courtesy, like nice is actually they're about to say nice is not currency, right? It's not courteous to be nice. It's courteous to be mindful of what another person is asking for. So if someone is continuing to come towards you and being very nice, but being very insistent, remember that is rude, right? If you've articulated something and I keep coming towards you in like the most polite fashion and continuing to insist, I don't have to make time for you just because you're being nice. It is the insistence that is discourteous. So make sure that, again, you're not getting triggered in those spaces. You're navigating healthy boundary and you're recognizing what is a productive conversation versus someone that's in the space of just desiring to dwell in the past. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, your manifestation goals are non-negotiables. And if someone keeps trying to like if someone keeps on trying to move you off the direction of them, if someone keeps on saying you're asking for too much, that can be the end of the conversation. And again, you can say your manifestation goals are not negotiable. It's not picky unless it's important, but someone who does not want the same things as us will continually tell us that we are asking for too much. When they're really saying is, I want you to want the same things I want. So I'm going to tell you that you're asking for too much in hopes that you might change your mind about what it is that you desire. So don't, and it does feel like someone like, again, like mutual attraction is not the same as direction, right? Like desire is not the same as a manifestation. So just be very conscientious of that. And I keep on hearing it's not going to feel like a wrestling match. It's not going to feel like a negotiation. It doesn't have to be that complicated unless someone does not want the same things as you. Thank you so much. And you don't have to repeat yourself. And, like that's the thing about like I'm also seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alex. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got one spot left for today, and then the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Elisa. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Well, there's one of your cards. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today. We've got one more spot today, and then the list will be closed. Thank you, user 932, for the follow. And thank you, Sam, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. Yep, not settling. And it feels like, again, it feels like something coming back from the past, emotionally, spiritually, or or physically, that's trying to get you to settle. So just be mindful of it. I hate that too. It is passive aggressive. It's a lot of that, why, and again, when someone insisting is going to say, why are you being so mean? And being like, because it's rude to insist. Don't, I keep on hearing, don't confuse niceness and courtesy. Thank you as well, Alex. I love that. It's not picky, it's important. You're welcome, Minnie. Thank you. Hi there, love. And thank you, user 932, for the follow. Second call right now for Elisa. Second call right now for Elisa. And Suzanne, thank you for getting on the list, dear. The list is now closed, but when we complete the when we complete the readings, I will be moving into one card readings for subscribers. All right, if Elisa is not here, hi there, Susie. You're welcome. I feel like, yeah, again, one more message for you right now, Alex. Follow your bliss. Here's the thing: prioritize care of self. And again, it's like I don't know why it feels like someone it feels like it feels like someone trying to rub you the wrong way. If it's like you get to decide. Again, you get to decide what you are and are not comfortable with. It doesn't bro. Again, it's like it doesn't require a conversation. When another person respects our wishes, they respect our wishes. Hi there. What's up? Are you doing a pet read? Oh, I don't know. All right. Elisa seems to have stepped away. The next person we're reading for right now is Maureen. Maureen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Alone, let me confirm. You're after Maureen, so you're the next reading, dear. Yeah, it's like it almost feels like someone that misses your tea. You know what I mean? It feels like someone who wants to be in closer proximity to you. You're welcome, dear. All right, second call right now for Maureen. Hi there, Hardy. Ma'am, course of karmic, putting on in generation. I'm not sure what that means, Hardy. I'm afraid you'll have to rephrase that. All right, I'm looking second call for Maureen. Elisa or Maureen. If not, we're moving on to Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, the list is closed, but we will be getting started on subscriber readings as soon as we reach the conclusion of today's personal readings. So stick around and become a subscriber. I'll be happy to pull a free card for you. Hi there, TA. How are you doing today? Question. Oh, question via. Yep, I got you, dear. One moment. Just bear with me a minute, and we're just pulling up. Looks like we're doing a pet reading, I believe. All right. All right, we've got the reading right now for Per. Do I have permission to read this out loud? I'm not sure if you can read my question. If not, I think of something else. No, I can see your question. I just want to have, yes, thank you for consent. All right, reading on Per's. All right, so here's the question. Usually when a loved one is passed away, human or animal, they visit me within a year in my special dream space to say hi. My special needs for a baby, Maxime, or Maxime, passed 1.5 years ago, but I haven't seen him in the special space. Just wondering why. He's probably fine, but still curious if he wants something to say about it. I'm not sure if you can read on this, though. Funny fact, last night I was feeling productive in my dream space and decided to already write the question down in my dream. Unexpectedly, I popped up on the screen in the dream and started answering the question. I was so tired in my dream, I wasn't listening and thinking, I will hear the answer on the live tomorrow, so you need to pay attention. I adore that. And thank you so much for sharing that, both the dream and the information with us. All right, can I please have four per three cards in relationality to what's going on with that energetic connection of the pet and why they have not come over? So this is interesting because um the thing about it is I'm getting some kind of, when I say they're busy, I mean they're very, they're very busy. There's something interesting here that I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because it says to me, um like they were called over, is what I'm getting. Like this is saying to me that um there's something. So I have to point this out. Um there's I mean, I'm just giving you a sense of what I'm seeing here. This energy, this feels like this was the first time this energy like incarnated here. I don't think they were from here, is what I'm getting. Like this is saying to me, like this feels like the energetic embodiment of someone that had not manifested on this terrestrial like plane before. Like this is feeling like this is actually feeling, when I read on an energy like this, it feels like the energy was astral. And when I read on astral energies, they sometimes are doing a lot of different things at once, is the best way that I can describe it. There's more. They've got they're working on, like, I think the best way I can kind of put it is they're working on different mission. They're working on multiple missions at once, if that makes sense. When an energy is astral, because they're very loosely connected to this terrestrial plane. And so I see something here that is indicating to me that this was an energy that was working for you, but there was something that was occurring on the astral plane. I keep on hearing they're saying, I was called. They're going, I was called. I had to go. I keep on hearing them say, I was called into service, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing them say, I was called into service. Like they had something that they needed to go do work on. Like they're like, and they're basically saying they're still doing that. Like they're still working in that astral plane, and it's taking, like they keep on saying, if I wasn't needed, I wouldn't go, and if I had time to visit, I would, and I plan to once I can, but I can't right now because I keep on hearing I was called. They keep on going, I was called. And when you're called, they're like, when you're called, you're called. I got it. I had to, like, they're like, I got it. I was needed elsewhere. Like there's something big. They're going, there's something, like there's something bigger going on. And I am like, I keep on hearing, like they're saying to me, like I am working very, I am working very tenaciously on that. I keep on hearing they're saying, rest assured, like when the time comes, they are going to visit. But I need to stress this because it says to me, when I see an astral energy like this, how you saw, like you might not recognize them. They might not come to you. They might not come to you in the form that you expected them to. I feel like I keep on hearing them say, rest assured, when I can, I'm going to come visit you in that space, but I'm going to be reintroducing you. You might not recognize me because, like, they're saying to me, they may come to you like more in alignment to that astral body than like than the one than the like again than the one that you recognize them in. You see this? They're saying, they're giving me a lot of this energy saying like that wasn't exactly like that wasn't me, right? Like they're saying like that was they're like it was me, but there's more of me. They're going there it was me, but there's more of me. You'll potentially meet them. They're going to say they're saying to me you're going to meet them. They're saying to me that you're going to meet them on the astral plane. And often when we meet others on the astral plane, one of the ways we can tell that we're on the astral plane is someone will tell us and say, I am that person. But we'll be like, you don't look like that person. Being like, yeah, because this is my astral body. This is what I actually look like. Like so, and this is the thing. Like they keep on saying, I was visiting. They're going, I was visiting there. I'm not. They're like, they were visiting here. They're saying they weren't from here. They're from the astral plane. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like, and it's interesting because they're saying that it has something to do in relationality to the special need, right? Like there's something about that that was I'm not I am I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. Like there's something about that there that's coming through. Um like I don't know why they're saying yeah, like it's interesting because I'm sorry, like this is a really astral energy, so they're talking like there's a lot of stuff like that they're working through right now that I'm like I'm like a little like gobsmacked about. Like I keep on hearing that the reason that like they were experiencing an astral wound which was identifying itself in their in the body that they were presenting on here. Um, but because I keep on getting that this is some kind of warrior energy, is what I'm getting, right? It's giving me like it really is giving me some kind of energy of like some kind of astral warrior. And that's why they said when they keep on saying like I was called into service, like that's the thing that's wild about it. They keep on saying, no, I had to go, I was called, and being like, what were you called about? And they're like, it's a lot to they're going, it's a lot to explain. They're going, it's a lot to explain. Thank you so much. But they're saying like they're saying something about the conversation like that they'll have with you when they're able to. Like they're saying everything like they have every intention of explaining it to you. Like once they have the time to do so. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who meet these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but we will be doing subscriber readings once we reach the completion of the list. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, you can have a free card pulled. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but thank you so much, Alona, for sharing that beautiful story and message with us. And thank you so much for receiving these messages. And we are at 31.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. You're welcome, Susie. Yes, I love that. And thank you, Gia, for subscribing. Oh my God, my busy fur baby. Oh, I will keep it in mind. I love this. No, I mean, this is interesting because they're saying to me this was their first incarnation here. They hadn't been here before. They're not, they keep on hearing them say like I'm not from here. They're like, I wasn't from here. I'm not from here. Like, that's why they're saying like they're just saying, you know, when you meet, like keep on saying, like, just, they're saying when you meet them, they might say to you, I am them. And you might say to them, you don't like, you might see them in a form that you're not going to recognize them in, but they said they're going to introduce you. So, as Strega just like completely, that was smooth, Stregs. That was really cool. She just, Sphinxes are not the most graceful cats on the planet. And so Strega just tried to jump on something and just completely ate it. It's a vibe today, man. It's the vibe. Everything's slippery. Can you talk more about the astral plane? Yeah, so when I read like there's like the terrestrial plane that we're on, which is like the embodiment of energy that's been on this plane. And then we've got the spirit plane where there's a lot of like the space of those who have departed and those who come back here. And then there's the astral plane. And the astral plane is it's more dimensional than we have. It's hard to like wrap our heads around because there's additional dimensions there. So like, it's actually like as you extend the dimensions, like the dimensions change. So when I see an energy like this, like I keep on seeing they were not very tethered. They're showing to me they were not very tethered to the terrestrial plane. They're like, that's why I keep on seeing they felt like, again, they're saying like they were astral. They were coming down to embody the energy of the pet. I also love when this card comes up in pet readings because they're like, this was me. He was very ill for years. Hold on a minute. I've invested a lot of time caring for him. That was like I keep on getting there was something about that. That was an astral wound because they were working across dimensions, right? Like they're saying to me that something that they experienced, a wound in astral, was reflecting itself in the terrestrial. But that's why they said to me, they're like, I had to go because they had to get back up there. Is what I keep on hearing them say. It's funny because they're saying to me, it's not that they're a warrior now. They're saying to me they were always doing that, is what I keep hearing. They were in more places at once because often those who are astral, like it's hard for us to understand, those that are astral can be in different places at once. This is the sweetest. It was a very cool reading. It was a very cool reading. Thank you for letting me read on it, Per. One of these days I have to do a pet read for my cat. I love these. Anytime, dear. Always happy to do it. Strega is like, it's my first day with my new feet. She's like every day is like a first. Here's the thing with sphinxes. They don't have any whiskers. And the whiskers are what make cats' life. So she is a train wreck. But now she's sitting in the sun like a little pretty, like a sweet little princess. This cat was too weird. Now I understand why. No, that's why. Like, it's like if this cat was a space cadet, they're like, yes. Like, they're like, yes, I was a space cadet. Like, they're going, yes, I was a space cadet. Exactly. Ma'am, what kind of ancestor leaning is, again, I'm afraid, Hardy, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're writing. I'm happy to read for you. The list is closed right now. But if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull cards for you. You're so welcome, Trina. And thank you so much, Tay. All right, next person we're reading for today is, I'm still looking for Maureen or Alyssa. Second call for Maureen and Alyssa. If Maureen and Alyssa are not here, the next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Maureen, Alyssa, or Alexandra. Maureen, Alyssa, or Alexandra. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, dear. How are you? Also, friends, we're at 31.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Did I get my payment? Yeah, I got Danielle, dear. Absolutely. Thank you for confirming. Yep, I got you. All right. And just waiting, Alexander. Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. My question is, hold on a moment. My question is on the state of that connection. Got it. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest party messages from Spirit, please. 4 cards. What's going on with that connection? What's going on with someone's back? Someone have back problems? Ooh, I like that. I feel like I see someone that wants to have a conversation, but they're just, it feels like someone that wants to have a conversation, but they're really worried. Like I feel like it's like someone trying to like, I see someone like I almost see like I see someone trying to um like like gear themselves, like I'm going like this because they're trying to gear themselves up to have a conversation, you know? Like I see someone like trying to like trying to have the courage um to talk about something. But I also see a situation where someone is like it's like it's giving me like heavy Gemini energy, which is like, is it better to try and not succeed, or is it better like or is it better to give up entirely? Like it's really I mean I really I see someone like struggling on what to do. Is there like a practical issue around something? This feels like right place, wrong time kind of energy. This feels like someone trying to decide if they should uproot their life or not. You know, like there's something here. Like I keep on hearing someone say, "You were the cur. I did not. You were not. I did not expect this." Like I see someone being like, "I did not. Everything was going fine." You know, like there's something about this. Like it feels like I almost see someone who feels like you are a curveball that they did not expect. You know, and and that's why I feel like I feel like I see someone. Is there some kind of like confusing situation around something here? Because I keep on hearing someone say they've got one foot in the fire, which is saying to me that it's not that something is achievable. It's what they would have to change to allow something to become a reality. You know what I mean? And a lot of it has to do, like I keep on hearing, like I don't know if I'm like I hear them saying like I don't know if I'm ready. And that's the thing I keep on seeing. Like it almost feels like someone that understands. Like I see someone that's you know, like I literally see someone who's kind of going through something and saying, I'm afraid I'm going to lose the most like the best thing that's ever happened to me. But I also see someone saying, I'm also not like, and this is, I got to point this out. And when I read energy like this, it's very frustrating because when we feel dissatisfied in our own life, then it never feels like we meet things at the right time, right? Like when we're in that space, right? When we're in that space that we have a hard time prioritizing, it never feels energetically convenient to move into partnership. It never feels it's never ideal. But that's why it becomes ideal when we find satisfaction with ourselves, because we stop looking outside of ourselves for something that makes us feel energetically whole, you know? And I keep on seeing it's like someone who doubts themselves, right? Someone who doubts their own worth, someone who um, is still working through some kind of fear of missing out, right? Like they're worried about like what's on the other side of like what's on the other side of the river bend instead of focusing on like where they're rowing to, you know? So I feel like this is a real impasse point, and I'm going to kind of reiterate what I was like, you know, and I need to stress this. It's a lot of the continuation on what I was seeing in the daily collective, which is don't mistake a mass amount of feeling for direction, right? Don't confuse like the enormity of an emotion for direction, because like I see someone that needs to understand that when we prioritize others, there's going to be a shift in our lives, right? Like sometimes, like that's just like that's not a negative, it's a positive. Because if this is a situation where someone like wants to move forward with you, but I don't know why I have someone like putting their lips over something, like, oh, we're together, just don't, you know what I mean? Like, what is this? Like, why do I keep on seeing someone trying to put their lips over something? You know, like I keep on seeing a good energetic connection doesn't ask you to lower your voice. It doesn't require you to have to keep something under wraps for fear of like upsetting the relationships around them. And I keep on seeing that there's something here where someone is too worried about maintaining like the like worrying about the impact of an energetic connection as it relates to like how it's going to impact some of the energy around them, that like it feels like someone who's like, like it's a lot of that. It's like that fear of missing out that makes it impossible to hold on to anything, because you're creating a little bit of that um, confusion point in identifying what others around the self mean. And I need to stress this. If this is a conversation about, if this is someone that says like like calling something something doesn't have meaning, that's someone that's afraid that another person is going to react to an energetic connection. You know what I mean? If this is someone that's trying to go through this thing of saying like I issue labels, like that's because they're trying to keep the energy around them confused as to what they're invested in. So I keep on hearing throw like from the chest or not at all. Like it's either out or it's not. Don't be in some kind of space where someone's like, we are, but oh, I'm worried about upsetting someone. Like a relationship upsets people, right? A relationship changes things. It's being able to navigate the fact. Like this is why in some cultures we like break a glass when we come together, because it's the shattering of not worrying about what other people like can like consider for us. It's that space that says that when we create it for ourselves. And so I keep on seeing, they have to understand. And that's why I keep on seeing like the image of like a glass shattering, which is saying understanding that when you move towards things, it's going to change something energetically around you. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, you know, like pulling the trigger isn't conditional on the impact or the reactive point that it has in the connections around us. That's why we say like from our chest to not at all. If this is a situation where someone is waiting for a moment that they're going to enter partnership and it's not going to upset someone, they're going to be they're going to hold their breath for infinity, right? There's never an ideal time. There's never an ideal moment. So make sure that someone's being very clear with you in terms of what it is that you have with them, being able to define the terms. And if they're in that space that they're refusing to do so, just remind yourself that um, that's because they're worried about the impact that might have in some of the relationships around them, right? That's why I keep on hearing a good relationship is one that like you say with your full chest. You don't whisper it. You say it proudly. You know. Thank you so much. And that's like the moment that you recognize that someone energetically matures, because it's the moment that they mature that they stop worrying so much about what other people think about things and start living their life on their own terms. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is closed, but we'll be doing subscriber readings at the conclusion of the list. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, you'll have a free card read. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but the next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Maureen and Alyssa. If Maureen and Alyssa aren't here, the next person on the list for today is Bianca. And Bianca, just confirm if you're here. I believe you sent your messages over payment, so I'll read them as well. All right, and we are at 32.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. Wondering if this is the closing of a cycle. They're saying everything you need to know about whether this is the closing of a cycle has to do with a hard conversation. A healthy connection does not run away from a hard conversation. You're able to have it. And again, if this is something that someone says they're not ready in terms of like moving something forward, again, when's the next time we can have this conversation? Not something that is indefinitely pushed down the hill, but something that you say, like, this is not something that continues to be flimsy upon. This is what is the plan? Truck is throwing stuff at me. Phone jumped off the dash gum, jumped out of the cup holder. It's that type of energy today, Frida. It really is. This whole year, they felt they were never enough. Yeah, I see someone, like, it feels like someone trying to like make a name for themselves. But the thing is, I keep on hearing, you can make a name for yourself without worrying, without creating confusing connections. You know what I mean? Like it's like, again, it's like, I don't know, like making it like, it's like trying to find yourself doesn't require you to like, a good partnership does not move you off of your pathwork of success. You know, I wish they saw what I saw, but I couldn't force the connection if it doesn't make them happy. And I just want them to be happy, even if it's bittersweet, as long as they expand spiritually. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I see someone like that they have to stop worrying so much about what other people think. And Soulful, thank you for the follow. Frida, the shattering the glass resembles freeing yourself from societal bonds. Exactly. Tap to claim. Exactly. Binds, not bonds. Thank you, autocorrect. Yeah, I understand. And that's what we mean. Like, it's like, it's exactly what we were seeing here. Like that space where it's like, again, you say it from your chest, you proclaim it, right? You don't worry, it's a lot of that, whatever, that's what we talk about. And that's the thing. Sometimes, like, again, I see someone who's very mindful of the fact that sometimes when you move into partnership, energy falls away from you. But like, again, in a healthy connection, if that happens, like, that tells you a lot about those situations, you know? Yes, I feel that. No hush hush. If they aren't ready to come into themselves, and I can't force it. Exactly. Hi there. How you doing there, Bianca? Yes, I sent over the pay messages. It's for a dream interpretation, and it's okay to read aloud. Thank you for confirming, and thank you guys for supporting each other. This is frustrating because, like, again, this type of energy, I see energy like this. They like they're for everybody and nobody, right? There's always someone that's disappointed when we enter in partnership. There's always someone that's like, again, and especially if there's energy that like thinks like, if this is the energy that's like the life of the party, if the energy around the life of the party is always like boo when they're getting to partnership, like they have to like think about it for a second and recognize and realize why that might be. You know, like they gotta connect the dots on that, you know, like the life of the party is for everybody. All right. Thank you for the read. Yes, about all the priorities, and sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, continuing to read. One moment. And just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot and over on my Substack. Also, we are at 32.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, and I've gotten permission from Bianca to share the dream that we will be interpreting. Just bear with me a moment. Where are the... Oh, I apologize. Bianca, where did you send the messages? Did you send them over? You said they sent them here? Why am I not seeing them? Hold on a minute. Just bear with me a moment. I'm just trying to find, oh, I got them. Never mind. Okay. So I'm now going to be reading the dream, and then we'll go ahead and interpret it via the tarot. Okay. Before I went to bed last night, I remember asking my guides to bring me a dream that will help me see the lesson of what's going on energetically. I was in this Squid Game-like arena, but it was also a music festival. We had to all change into the same uniform for the game, the same uniform as Squid Games, the show on Netflix. Yes. I was perhaps with a friend on these bleachers waiting to get into line formation to go play the game. And my ex from 2 years ago came up to me. And at first I didn't recognize him, but then I noticed it was him. And he gave me these soft kisses on my cheek and forehead. And I was a little shocked. And he said, "This is how I'll always greet you, because I told you that my love will never go away." And I remember wondering if he was seeing someone, but he was with his brother, cousin, and friend. That friend used to be close with me as well in real life, but I let her go due to the breakup and knowing we were going on different paths. But I loved her dearly, although I knew it wasn't going to be good for me to keep her around, and the ex was very significant as we dated for 7 years. Then it turned into the music festival scene again, where we were at the same stage, but in different areas. I knew this because it was like I was watching his cousin's story and saw myself in the background. This is all very similar to real life, where the last music festival I ever went to, he was there with his cousin and the mutual friend we had. And I did run into him there, but we didn't say hi to each other. And we'd be at the same stages at times, but in different areas of the stage. I woke up feeling very comforted, but also full of grief. Understood. Thank you so much for sharing that. Dream. Can I please get 3 cards for Bianca, please? Highest priority messages from spirit. Highest priority messages from spirit in relationality to that dream. All right. I mean, it was definitely a karmic dream. I think that so one of the things I think is really important, I'm going to bring this up again, is we, one of the things that we're seeing that's happening a lot right now, especially in the dream space, is first of all, Mars is in Aries. I mean, Aries is in, sorry, Mars is in Cancer. So there's something really important about that, because there's a lot of confrontation that we are experiencing right now in the dream space. And the fact that there's so many planets in the house of Aries, I keep on describing the fact that there's a lot of dreams right now that feels like crowded house energy, like a lot of like finding people in places that you didn't expect them to be, and also feeling like a very crowded energy at the same time, because like basically Aries, like Mars is dreaming about a bunch of people in their house. um, so this dream is very much in alignment with what we've been feeling and receiving astrologically right now. And the other thing that we're identifying that we spoke about is the fact that because we've got that strange conjunction point right now that Neptune is moving forward, usually the energy of memory, and Mercury, which is rapid thought moving backwards. We're having a lot of, and Venus is in between. There's a lot of nostalgia that's forming. I keep on describing this as like the nostalgia factory. And so they're actually saying that there's something about the fact that this feels like a replay, if you will, of the events of the past, and the fact that you actually said that the last time you saw this particular individual was at a music festival, is it's almost showing like again the disambiguation point of time, because it's like you never left, right? Like you guys are frozen in time in that moment. Now, the fact that the Squid Game is attached to that, I would be very surprised if you had some kind of sentiment where you look back on something and you say, I didn't realize that would be the last time, right? Because, and it's interesting because we often, the association that we make with the Squid Game is that you don't necessarily survive the game, right? It's a very finite end. So there's the fact that you're the additional point of adding the element to Squid Game to the concert point is adding to the finalitude of that memory, right? Remember when I described that as the fixed point? So it almost like it's adding the space that not only is it the last time you saw them, but it feels like it might be the last time you ever see them, right? It adds that context to the fact that you think about the fact that you guys might not necessarily meet again on the terrestrial plane. That might be like just that just might be the space that you constantly experience them, because it is the effective endpoint of your connection to them, like in the material world. So it's very interesting that that same locationality is finding you in the dream state, but with the addition of the Squid Game element that adds that deeper degree of significance to it, right? I feel like a lot of this dream has to do with the space of identifying and wondering what they were thinking, right? I feel like it was like almost like I can almost feel something about being at that event and kind of having some kind of anxiety and knowing that you could just turn a corner and they might be there at any moment. It's like I keep on getting having to navigate the energetic presence of another. And what's beautiful about that is the fact that it reads to me as a karmic dream is it feels like someone was able to do what you did not get to do when you had that experience in the terrestrial plane. Like someone's able to kind of come towards you in a space to be able to articulate to you the meaning that they have towards you, um, especially in relationality to the intimate passion, the like the passionate intimacy that you described as it relates to their choice to kiss you, like both on the cheek and on the forehead. Now, I have to point out, it's very telling to me that you describe the kisses that they gave you, not on the lips, but on the cheek and the forehead, because the cheek, the cheek is where tears fall, right? So a kiss on the cheek is a kiss of endearment, right? A kiss on the cheek is a kiss of endearment because it's almost like they're kissing away your tears. And a kiss on the forehead is a kiss of memory, right? That says, I remember you. So again, the space of identifying the fact that the individual in question kissed you on the cheek and kissed you on the forehead is further amplification of the message that while they miss you sweetly, they don't miss you passionately, right? While they think of you often and they think of you in an endearing way, they don't feel that energetic passion or intensity that you would typically characterize in relationality to a counterpart connection. So it almost says to me, it almost feels like the karmic connect, like the karmic message coming through that someone misses the intimacy that they had with you. They think often upon your memory, but they also recognize that when we've had a passionate connection with someone, Sometimes we lose, we can never have, we can't have a friendly connection. We can't just move it into this space. Like it's almost like saying to me that there's an impossibility matrix where you both could be in each other's lives and it wouldn't turn passionate. And there's something about the fact that in that dream, the person came towards you in a way that they were kissing your cheek and forehead because they're saying, I know I could never do that. I know that we could never just be friends. I know that we could never just build a connection based upon how much I care about you because it would be too painful. So I feel like this is a karmic energy that was coming towards you in the dream space because it's the only place that you would be able to have a connection in that way, to be able to communicate to you that they've had nostalgia that's formed around you, which is, again, it doesn't hurt to look at you, right? It doesn't hurt to look at you on their timeline. They think of you sweetly and often. They miss you, but they also understand why they cannot build that connection point in the terrestrial because it would hurt too much. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's bittersweet. I feel like somebody said, like, often karmic dreams come to us when we reach an impossibility point on what we can heal in the terrestrial place. Like I see someone that says, I wish I could unravel that knot. I wish I could have a way of having you in my life without it hurting so much. I wish I could have a way that we could be like we could still share the intimacy that we had without the passionate fervor, but also understanding that, like, again, sometimes, I keep on saying, like, this is what we talk about sometimes when we talk about crossing the Rubicon of moving something into a passionate connection. Sometimes we can't pull them back. Sometimes it just hurts too much. Sometimes it's just impossible not to allow it to get confounded by the intensity of feelings that one of us has for another. So I keep on here feeling like there's something really important about that karmic dream of someone coming towards you in the dream space to tell you, I understand why we can't, but I want you to still know how much I care about you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bianca. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but we will be doing one card readings for subscribers once we get to the conclusion of the list. The next person on the list for today is Renee. Renee, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'm also looking for Maureen and Elisa. Or I'm looking for Renee. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, the list is closed. We're also going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K. We're already at 33.3K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through before we continue. And Soulful, thank you for the follow. And thank you so much for sharing that beautiful dream with us, Bianca. Again, happy to read for you. Hardy, if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'll be happy to pull a card for you. I know, very ooh la la. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Rory. Yes, definitely. I remember that music festival feeling like I was looking around a lot. Yeah, like their presence is everywhere. Like it says to me, it's like a core memory was formed in that moment. And Ibanks, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I told him when we broke up that we can never be friends. There you go. Thank you for confirmation. And that's why they're saying, like, they're coming to you in dream space because they're saying, here we can. Right? They're like, here we can. Hi there, Amber. Hi there, Renee. Hi, dear. I might change careers, feeling kind of unsure of what I should be doing with my energy. Okay, absolutely. Can I please get 3 cards for Renee, please? Hi there, Mickey. How are you doing? And thank you for joining us on the place where we keep the videos. All right, can I please get 3 cards for Renee? 3 cards for Renee, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. All right. As it relates to the desire to change careers, what would be best for Renee to do with their energy? It's interesting because I feel like I'm seeing like it's interesting because I keep on hearing something in relationality to a therapeutic environment. I keep on hearing that you're very good at assessing what problems are. You're very good at like getting to like I see this like you've just got like a little bit of this like laser pinpoint focus um as it relates to fixing things. Um I also feel like there's something about this that's coming through in relationality to rehabilitation in some way, shape, or form, trying to help others in ways that they can't help themselves. Um, I don't know if you've been someone who's been on some kind of road of recovery, because it feels like I'm getting some kind of sense of something that feels like it's very close to your heart because you understand. I keep on hearing you understand something, another person, you understand something intimately that another person is very easy to like shrug off. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me like the type of energy of another person saying, "Why can't they just get over it?" And you being like, "It's not that easy. If it was that easy," I keep on hearing you saying to someone, "If it was that easy, everyone could do it." The fact that you think like it's like I keep on hearing you say like somebody saying like easier said than done, and it's like you understand like you understand. I keep on hearing easier. Most people say easier said than done, but you know how to do like what is said. Like there's something about that that you're like you can roll back the tape in some kind of journey that you yourself experienced that feels like it could save another from having to go through the same things that you did. I would be very curious about where your Chiron placements are, because often those I see with energy in this vibration have a very strong Chiron placement, because Chiron is effectively the journey of the wounded healer, and that is effectively the story of a healer. Chiron was a centaur who received a mortal wound and never recovered from the wound, but spent the rest of his life healing others from the lessons he learned in trying to live with the wound. So I would be very curious. I would definitely be investigating right now your Chiron placements to understand where they sit. And I would definitely, I keep on hearing, look towards something I keep on hearing look towards something in relationality to therapy, rehabilitation, or helping someone through something that you yourself experience. Because I feel like one of the big changes that's occurring for you in relationality to um, career has to do with some kind of desire or need to connect with others in some sort of legitimate, like I keep on saying, in some kind of way that feels like it matters, like something that feels like it has some kind of greater impact to them. um Bottom of the deck, yeah, like I feel like this is where some kind of shift with it has occurred right now, and I keep on hearing the word mattered, you know. Like there's something I keep on seeing here that feels like I feel like in the past you weren't as invested in something you're doing. I keep on hearing separation between the self that works and the self that exists. And I keep on seeing like this feels like I would also be curious about like your where your Gemini rests, because it feels to me like there's something about you bringing like something that matters to you in your life into your work now. Like I keep on hearing like you can't not like you can't I keep on hearing you can't separate, you can't disassociate anymore, right? Like you can't just do something because you can't just do something. I feel like it's because you can't just do something now because there's a dollar sign to it. It feels like this is a lot of the shift. Like I feel like something's moving away from just looking at like it's not bag focused is what I keep hearing. It's not bag focused. It's like the bag of it's like the bag in here, but it would also be nice if there's a bag here associated to it, is what I see. So I feel like there's something about that. It might actually require some kind of invested learning or accreditation, you know? I feel like this might be talking about the fact that you're looking at something and potentially considering going back to get some kind of certification or education in the process. Because I keep on hearing there's a bag attached to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Renee. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you stick around, we'll be doing 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you become a subscriber, you'll have a free card pulled once we reach a conclusion of the list. Next person on the list right now is Danielle. I'm also still looking for Maureen and Elisa. And just take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, we are at 36.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Hi there, Amber. And thank you for those gifts. Yes, that makes sense. I've thought about creating a healing space. Thank you for confirmation, Renee. It feels like it's too soon, but it's the first time he's come to me in dreams. Well, and again, that's why that's why I keep on hearing them coming to you in the dream space, because they're saying I gotta stress the fact that they kissed you on the cheek and the forehead is them saying not pushing you. Like, this is I see them saying this is where we can this is where I can do that, and it doesn't create the pain. You know what I mean? Thank you for a confirmation as well, Renee. And your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Also tried, but always turns into more. Sometimes it's like that, right? That's why, I feel like that's why often we find those spaces that enter the karmic space, because someone's we hit that impossibility point in terms of what we can find in the terrestrial. The wounded healer gives me goosebumps. Definitely explore that in your chart, Renee. I think that there's something about that that's going to help. Amber, you totally missed our pet readings. We had a dragon cat and an astral warrior. We did. It was dope. Yes, I feel I can't have a job and a life. Exactly. Oh, they're saying that you can, but I see I keep on hearing in the past you were able to separate it. And now I see you being I can't. They have to you're they have to come together. That's why I was curious about your Gemini. Hi there, Danny. I got you, dear. I now have 4 spare keys, never getting locked out again. And that's what the Mercury retrograde says. The Mercury retrograde says, did I lock you out, or did I just make it so that you'll never get locked out again? There you go. Mercury retrograde says, Mercury retrograde's did I lock you out, or did you get 4 keys? You know what I mean? Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, I've got you, Danny. 1 second, please. Can I please get, looks like we're doing an energetic read on Nico. 3 cards, please, for Danny. Highest party messages from Spirit. Touche, Mercury. Exactly. And Aurelia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. Grand Rising, Hannah. Good to see you. All right, Danny. 3 cards, please. Highest priority messages, please, in that connection. 3 cards. Oh my gosh, they don't want to come out. There we go. All right, and 1 more. This is weird. What am I seeing here? It's giving me, it's giving me some kind of feeling that it feels friendly, but to a point. That's the thing that's strange about it. You know what I mean? It feels I keep on hearing good fences make good neighbors kind of energy around something. You know what I mean? It's giving me strong friend energy in some kind of way, shape, or form. Or does this person owe you an apology? Because it almost feels like someone who owes you an apology, but may have a really hard time apologizing, almost wants to gloss over an apology. I would really articulate and make sure in a connection, like an energy that I'm seeing here, that there's a clarity of purpose is what I'm getting. Because I would say what they're looking for, like make sure that what you're looking for and what they're looking for are in energetic alignment. Because like it's it's feeling like hangout energy. You know what I mean? It's feeling like it's feeling a lot like, you know, like it's heavy on the six of like pentacles. So it's interesting because it feels like I feel like it's someone who wants to talk but also has a hard time talking, and it feels like someone who's trying to like and again, I would be very curious if there was some kind of apology needed here on something, because it almost feels like someone who wants to like skip over an apology in some way, shape, or form, and like, like it's like make sure that this isn't a situation where someone's like, let's just pretend that that didn't happen, because I need to stress this out. Like whenever someone says let's just pretend that that doesn't didn't happen, like it will happen again and again and again. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. Like the reason you like when you have to be very. I keep on hearing when you say let's just pretend that didn't happen. It's like it will inevitably happen. Like it's not about sweeping things under the rug. It's about figuring out what to do that feels like it's practical. So it also feels like it might. I'm also seeing someone that might have a little bit of an issue in relationality to temper as well. Like, and this is the thing, like, and this is why we work to control our temper, because like, when someone says like, like I was angry, being like, yeah, everybody gets angry. It's not like being angry is an excuse for saying something. I keep on hearing being angry isn't an excuse for saying something out of line. Everybody's angry all the time. We don't step out of character when we're angry. Who we are when we're angry is who we are. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. Like it does feel like someone who like, it's giving me a little bit of, if I don't look at it, maybe it'll go away. And that's the thing that you just want to be wary of, because like when you don't look at things hoping they go away, it's like they don't go away. It's like it happens again and again and again. So I keep on hearing everything you need to know about this energy will be articulated in their ability to have a hard conversation. And especially like, and that's why I keep on seeing, like if someone's saying here, like, I don't know, like, like, the ability to apologize is important. And remember, they keep on saying, remember, an apology is twofold. Like an apology is not enough to just articulate the fact that there's something that needs correcting, but being able to articulate what you're doing to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And that's why I keep on getting a lot of these messages that says like, if there's something there, or someone trying to like sweep something under the rug, or saying like, let's just move on, being like, no, we don't move on. Right? Like, we don't move on. We figure out what we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen again. Right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Ace of Wands. I keep on seeing like some kind of situation or circumstance. Like, um, I don't know why I'm hearing like it feels like someone who like wants some kind of like second chance on something, right? But I keep on hearing like that's like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the words move on, because we don't move on from things. We fix things. You ever notice that when we try to move on from something, it just comes right back around? It's like a boomerang. Like we don't move on because when we like I keep on hearing like when we say move on, it's a boomerang. It's going to just happen again. You don't move on from anything, because if you don't figure out why something occurred and what could be done differently, it's just, it's just getting you used to something. So just be mindful of, again, I keep on hearing everything you need to know about this connection will be in their ability to have a healthy conversation. And if this is the energy that like is coming back in some way, shape, or form, and you're like holding on to something, that's important, and they're like, oh, you're still holding on to that, be like, yeah, again, it's not picky if it's important. If it's not picky if it's necessary, right? So make sure that that is not, I keep on hearing, make sure that there's not something here. If something occurred that feels like you've swept it under the rug, make sure that you're tackling the problems that come up in ways that have practical solutions. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Dani. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today is, I'm still looking for Maureen. I'm still looking for Elisa. And we've got Suzanne. Suzanne, Maureen, Elisa, or Suzanne. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, my friends, we're at 37.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you're joining us here, once we reach the conclusion of the daily collective reads, we will be also, I'll be giving 1 card readings to subscribers. So if you would like to become a subscriber, you can do so now. And I'll be happy to pull cards for you. And let me just take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Grand Rising, Hannah. Bridget, I also got lots of plants and a leaf blower. So thank you. There you go. Thank you, Mercury retrograde. Exactly. You see, not going to lie, I was hopeful for a meet cute at Lowe's. Oh, I would love that, Bridget. I haven't heard from him, so I'm curious. Thank you for confirmation, Anne. Yes, very interesting. I'm hoping he will want to have a conversation soon. I feel he is confused. This looks confusing. Like, this looks confusing. You know, this looks like someone trying to wait something out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like I see someone being like, how long do I have to wait before we don't have to talk about that? And at which point I need to point out, if there's something, you know what I'm going to say here, if there's something that created a rift here, that's not time does not erase things. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark, right? Like, everything you need to know is them being like, I'm ready to talk about it, versus them saying like, are you ready to move on? But you're like, you know, it's not about moving on. It's about figuring out like what needs to be done, you know? Hi, Susie. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Hardy, again, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to become a subscriber and have a card pulled. And Suzanne, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I got you, dear. All right, I got you, Susie. Me and the BF had a falling out. I'm sending you so much support, dear. I'm not sure if this is the relationship for me. Would like clarity on that. You're so welcome, dear. All right. Can I please have... Can I please have 3 cards for Suzanne on the relationship, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. It came out quick. I mean, this seems like something that is workable. I'm gonna work through something here, which is saying there's something really important to recognize. I keep on saying, remembering that, like, the thing that needs to happen here is recognizing the difference between an argument and a conflict. Okay, so what's the difference between an argument and a conflict? An argument is when we want the same things, but we have different ways of going about it, right? Like, if we want to both, if like, you know, if you and I both want to get to Albuquerque and I want to go this way and you want to go that way, you know, we can argue about the directions, but ultimately we can effectively agree on the fact. that we're both trying to get to Albuquerque. It's just, it's recognizing that the thing, like the point that we're trying to reach is the same. We just might have different ways of getting there. Um, a conflict is not an argument, because a conflict is when, one person wants to go here and the other person wants to go there, and then it's a tug of war, right? And there's no there's no resolution. um and the thing is, like, in both instances, resolutions can be found, but the difference between an argument is often the solution can be found via the finding a happy medium, right? It takes that mutuality. The difficulty point is if you're in a space right now, like, where you want different things entirely, if you want to go entirely different directions, then sometimes we reach a moment that we understand that we have to kind of come into a point of separation, because we identify that, like, the level or degree that the other feels like they're conceding upon their manifestation goal in order to meet another's, it's like the rift that is too great, right? It's that moment that we recognize and say we want different things. And in those moments, that's often why we see energy that comes into healthy separation via V. Like, this is what you talk about often when you see someone that comes into that space of, like, conscious uncoupling. One of the hallmarks for it is often the identification point and recognizing that observational point in wanting things that are vastly, like the manifestation goals that are vastly different, right? We don't have to be mad at ourselves in that space. We can honor the fact that we want different things, and as a result of that, we find conscientious ways to create that point of separation, but also in a state of love. So I want you to think about that a lot right now as it relates to whatever this is that I'm seeing that is creating a little bit of this argumentation point. Because you guys just have very different, I see your very different lifestyle. Like this is giving me, like, there is something here to be navigated in relationality to the feeling that, like, the oil and the water doesn't mix, right? Like, I see one person who's, like, kind of in this, like, bless this mess energy, and I see another person saying, "Don't touch my stuff." Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be in this, like, like, here's the thing. This is what I always see. Like, whenever I see, like, like, this is the oil and the water that doesn't mix. When someone's like, "Bless this mess," you know, and another person that's like, don't come near it. Like, it's like, meh, you can't, like, that's sometimes those moments that we're like, this isn't going to work. You know what I mean? But even in that context, a solution can be found, but finding the solution that works best for both of you, right? And it has to do with not feeling like, and I need to say this to you, you get to paint outline outside the lines in relationality to what that looks like. Like, to be honest, like, the message is coming through is, if something that is typical, if something that is conditional, if something that works for others doesn't work for you, then the conversation you should be having is there a place that you can scribble? Is there something that you can come to that feels like a mutual agreement that would make something easy, you know, but may require a little bit of recognizing the important thing that allows you both to exist in a space where you can love each other, but also be happy to live in your differences, is what I keep hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I feel like there's something that you tried to do in a typical way that's not working. So the solution is to figure out if there's something atypical that would work better for you. Like, there might be something here, if it's, like, again, not being problem focused, but solution oriented. Because I keep on seeing like, and I don't know why I keep on hearing health. I keep on hearing healthy cohabitation shouldn't feel like a concession, right? And I don't know why they keep on bringing the word cohabitation up, because I don't know if this is something about you guys, like some kind of conversation about you guys living together or trying to move in together or having different ways that you live. Like healthy cohabitation shouldn't feel like a concession. Whatever works works. It's just a question of identifying if there's something that you can do differently that would work better, that might be a little bit different. So I want you to, again, I got to tell you, the cards I'm seeing here, this doesn't feel like a lost cause. It feels like it's recognizing something that's not working. But recognizing something doesn't, I keep on hearing, recognizing something that's not working can be a springboard. It doesn't have to be a graveyard, you know? Like recognizing something isn't working doesn't mean everything's not working. It's finding the solution for the thing that doesn't work. So make sure that you're looking at something in a practical way, and make sure that you're handling it in a fashion that feels like it's pragmatic as it relates to like giving something a try, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Suzanne. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but we are going to get started on subscriber readings in just a few minutes. If you would like to have a free card pulled and would like to become a subscriber, you can hit my subscribe name. You can hit the subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can head over to my member page, the main page, and there's a join button, and you can become a subscriber there. I'm still looking for Maureen and Alyssa. Maureen and Elisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. It's at a vital point in our relationship if we go to the next level. Is that the cohabitation I was seeing? Hardy, ma'am, I'm still attending to path work. Again, we've gone through this, Hardy. I'm afraid I don't take that payment form. The payment forms I take are all listed over on my site, like over on the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And guys, we are at 43.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you, Per, for encouraging everyone. Oh, that's so kind of you, Per. Susie, he didn't do something that I'd asked for recently, and he was thinking of himself in that moment. I knew I should have taken a left at Albuquerque. Exactly, Frida. Susie, we're like the opposite attract type. I'm very spiritual, and he says he's an atheist also. I mean, atheist or agnostic theist? This is feeling more agnostic theist. Yes, exactly. A place to scribble. Yes. He triggered me once more with something we had a conversation about already, made me defensive. And here's the thing, there could be something here like, I feel like there's something about this which is like acknowledging your differences, like seeing if there's a way that you can honor like honor a sacred space, like in a way that doesn't feel like you're stepping on each other's toes, is what I keep on hearing. And I have to stress this. There's something I'm seeing here, which is remembering we don't have to value something to recognize that it's important to another, right? Like understanding intrinsic value is important. And again, I might not, and when we understand intrinsic value, it's saying like when we understand intrinsic value, it's those moments that we can look to another and say, I know that this doesn't have meaning to me, but I know it has meaning to you, and it becomes important to me because it's attached to you and I care about you, right? So I feel like understanding, having those conversations about the intrinsic meaning of things may help in some way, shape, or form as well, Susie. E36, I wish we could just use our words instead of no contact. I mean, it's always beneficial when we can communicate effectively. I need to have a deeper conversation about boundaries with him for sure. Yes, okay, that makes sense. I don't want to lose myself in him or have it only his way of things. Exactly. And I think that there's something here, but it's again, the solution is honoring each other's boundaries. Everything you need to know about this is whether someone's going to be in a space of being able to honor those boundaries. It has to do with a point of deep trauma from intimacy for context. He cares, but messes up sometimes. And I need to point out, like, again, when we're carrying trauma like that, it's also our responsibility to inform, right? Not assuming someone can read into something, but making sure that we're articulating, like, when we're feeling energetically triggered. Like, it takes two. I will say, though, it feels to me with the cards I'm seeing that there's something here, like, and this is the thing, cards like this, like, all I see, it's like it requires boundary work, right? Just defining those boundaries, being more clear on them and honoring them. Thank you. And not being triggered, right? Not getting defensive, like articulating when that occurs. Thank you so much again for having that reading with me, Susie. Final, again, repeating, I'm still looking for Elisa or Maureen. Elisa or Maureen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If not, we're going to move into one card readings for subscribers right now. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you'll be added to our subscriber list and you can have a card pulled. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership to the channel will also entitle you to a card. All right. I needed some grounding energy for sure. You're the best, Gray. Oh, thank you, Susie. I do my best. And thank you again for having that reading with me. And I wish you the best of luck on that journey. Bridget, can I have one card on the connection with my friend? Is she ignoring me on purpose? What's going on there? Highest priority messages from Spirit. I feel like they're overwhelmed right now. Like, again, what do we keep, listen, Bridget, what do we keep saying during this, during this Mercury, Venus retrograde? Don't take things personally right now. It feels like someone who's like underwater, like they're energetically overwhelmed. It's not you, it's them. You know, like I feel like they're having a hard time showing up for themselves right now, much less those around themselves. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, you know, I mean, if you're like, it says to me, like, you know, you can kind of reach out and, you know, like you can, like, you know, it's giving me a little bit of that, like, I'm here if you need anything kind of thing, you know, like, I feel like I see someone navigating a lot of anxiety, trying to make something work or having some anxiety as it relates to work, you know, like this is saying to me, like, this is feeling like someone who's like they're struggling about something, but it doesn't feel focused towards you, you know? Thank you. Squidia, yes, one card career, please. Highest priority messages. I feel like there is something that feels like it's changing. Like if it feels like the vibes changed, it says to me like it's not going to be the way it used to be, you know? Now might be a good time to kind of look at see what else is going on, because I don't know why I keep on hearing like the mood's changed. You know, did someone leave? Feels like it's like the life of the party. Like I feel like the life of the party left or something. Yeah, it's not. I keep on hearing it's not the same without them. Did someone like? Is this like this feel? It doesn't. It's like, you know, and that's the thing. Like I don't know why it feels like morale got affected by someone going somewhere. You know, like I keep on hearing it's not the same without them. You know, so. Thank you. Oh, Bridget, I love her. Thank you. I love that fish. Okay. One moment. Chrissy, may I have a card on the connection? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I see someone reminiscing. I see someone missing you. Bottom of the deck. But like, what is like every time I read for this energy, it's like they miss, but I keep on hearing the like, you know, like getting my mind off of it. You know what I mean? Like it's like no. I keep on hearing their guide being like, nobody wants to work anymore. It's like you don't have to miss anything. All you need to do is put the work in. You know, I see someone being like, I keep on seeing someone be like, I miss us, and being like, all you have to do is to put the work in. I miss us. All you have to do is put the work in. I miss us. Like, like, like make it make sense. Melly, may I have one card pull on Marquee honoring boundaries? Highest party messages from spirit, please. I mean, honored boundaries don't require you to repeat them, is what I keep hearing. Yeah. You'll know you know your boundaries are being honored because they won't require you to repeat them. You know? Like like you say it once and they respect it. Like like that's a nice thing. You say them and everything you need to know about whether they're honor them or not is how they navigate like form them. So, all right. Grace, what's going on this week? I love it. Can I get one card for Grace, please? Don't 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 get all up in your headspace about something. Don't overthink something. You know? Like I just keep on seeing this. Like I feel like again, like I feel like you got some guide work of someone, like you got some kind of guide that's like, are you sure? Like, you know what I mean? I always like this when we're sure of ourselves and the guides are like, are you sure? We're like, did I stutter? Like, so like don't question yourself if you know something's right for you. Like, say it like say it from your chest, you know? All right. And Alexandra, one card on that dream last night between the demon, the eclipse, and the anger directed. Girl, why didn't we read on that dream? That sounds incredible. I'm invested. Can I go? Alexandra's just here denying us this fascinating dream. Can I get one card, please, for Alexandra? Highest party messages from spirit, please. Like, what is this? Is somebody trying to scare you? You know, it feels like, it feels like, it's like I gotta point this out. Like I keep on I know you're gonna laugh. Like some energy would rather scare you than go to therapy. I don't know what this dream is about, but that's what's coming through. Some energy would rather scare you than go to therapy. Bottom of the deck. Because it's easier. Like, it's nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to work anymore. Hold on a minute. I know that's why I'm asking you. Okay, thank you, Bridget. I'm glad you asked me first. Can I please have a card on Andy? Is he pushing me away to protect me? Can I get one card for Amber, please? Thank you, Anne, for subscribing. One card for Amber. They go through like, I mean, when they're like, I feel like I see someone go through a lot of mood swings. Like this is a them. Like they need to like it like this is they need to get some like this is some heavy energy here. I feel like I see someone who's like they get in moods. They're like, I'm not good for anybody. I'm not in a headspace to be around anybody right now. It feels like someone that tries to keep their distance from you when they're in a really bad headspace. Yeah, but again, like like that's like this is cancer energy. Like this is like clamshell. Like this is someone who has a hard time of like trying to white knuckle something that they should be getting some help with. I mean support, you know? Like this some heavy stuff. Like I almost see someone that's like they're going through it, but like they isolate when they are. And it's hard, like energy like this, you can't really force something like when they're in that space. They have to be able to kind of like recognize that, you know? All right. Venus retrograde. And Susie, thank you for resubscribing. Venus retrograde totally means issues from prior relationships coming up. It's not, here's the thing, it's not the Venus retrograde that's bringing the issue with the past relationships. It's Neptune transiting into Aries and Mercury retrograde, right? Because the thing is, Neptune has to do with things from the past, emotionally, spiritually, or energetically. So, like, we've got a lot, like the fact that we've got Neptune transiting right now with Mercury in a retrograde, there's a lot of that past coming back to the surface. Okay, thank you. Yes, that's what I said to her. Hope you're well. I'm here, a kind of message. That's a good thing to do. I wasn't keeping up. No, it's okay. Hold on a minute. May I have a card on the person, on my person's energy towards me, please? Absolutely. Can I have one card, please, for Crystal? Highest part messages from Spirit, please. I mean, I feel like they're in the space of like trying to make some kind of decision, like trying to figure out some kind of course of action, you know? Like this feels like someone trying to get it together, like someone trying to get their act together. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I feel like they realize that they pushed on something, you know? Like I think they recognize like there has to be some kind of change here. I feel like maybe you identified a boundary. I'm taking a step back because of an injury. Oh dear, I'm sending you so much support on that. Make sure that you're prioritizing care right now. Gia, may I have a card on the past connection that I can't stop thinking about? Is there a lesson there? I mean, was this aggressive? This feels like unnecessarily aggressive. Like that, and often, like, I got to point this out. Sometimes we can't stop thinking about something because it's traumatizing. You know, I got to point this out. Trauma is created in situations that we experience that make no sense. So if there's something here that you're focusing on because it feels like it was not necessary or unreasonable, like that's the trauma. Often we get caught on that because we're like, and the more we look at it, you can't apply logic to a traumatic experience and expect to find something that feels reasonable. Like often things feel like they're even more confusing. Um, and it does. It feels like some kind of unnecessary volatility. Someone who was like hyper reactive to things that didn't feel like they required that level or degree of explosiveness. Bottom of the deck. Again, the problem with circumstances like this is often why they get caught in our craw, because like our mind returns back to them saying it didn't have to be that way. It didn't make any sense. And like, the answer to that is again, trauma is created in spaces of confusion. Trauma is created in spaces that defy logic. So often our mind returns back to them trying to apply logic to something, recognizing that like there's no logic to be found there. Thank you so much for having that reading, Gia, and sending you support on that journey. Right? When I debate moving on, that one pops up. Oh, Grace, sending you support. And it doesn't look like your subscriptions. Oh wait, is it? No, it looks like you're still subscribed. Yes. One card, please. I got you, Anne. Can I get one card for Anne, please? Highest party messages from Spirit. You being your authentic self will protect you from anyone that's not for you. Right? Don't if someone's coming into that space of energetically being critical to you, good riddance. Rejection is an illusion, right? Appreciate and honor yourself and say good riddance if someone doesn't like what they see. And that doesn't mean right? I already know what bottom of the deck means. That doesn't mean that there aren't things that you could be doing better. But the difference between a critical conversation and a productive one is the ability to articulate and be able to have like working away from things that feel like they're passive aggressive, like working away from like don't take things personally right now, just be productive, don't match energy, just like don't make an example, be the example is what I see. And again, remember, rejection is an illusion. Rejection is protection. Thank you so much. And because I see even now, it feels like something that you're doing, like Something you're doing now that might be a no. Remember, a no might be a not now, is what I keep on seeing too. So also, like, don't get frustrated, just be patient and consistent. All right. Just remembered, Alexandra, you're like, can I please have one card on the most insane dream anyone's mentioned today? Thank you. May I have a card about my lack of energy today? You got it, dear. Can I have a card on the lack of energy? Yeah, it's the eclipse hangover. We're all feeling it. I'm telling you, coming out of the eclipse cycle sometimes feels worse than being in the eclipse cycles because it's an energetic come down. It feels a lot like ennui. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, just prioritize self-care. This will pass too. Just don't get too much in your head about it. Just take the rest that you need. The way you say, "Are you sure?" reminds me of the mountain deities from Never Ending Story. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Frida. I'll take that. Estevan, one card on career, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. Don't get frustrated, get focused. Don't take things personally. Don't compare your path work to others right now. Comparison's the thief of joy, right? I keep on saying chin up right now. Be the morale booster. You know, I keep on hearing very much. Remember, there are no no's, there's just not now. Sometimes planting, this is not a time to give up on something. This is a time to plant seeds. This is incubation energy. Yeah. Don't get all twisted in something being unfair now that you blow something that could be very balanced coming towards you. Right? Sometimes us navigating a setback or with like with grace, sometimes navigating something that isn't energetically fair with like a sense of like calm and modulation. It doesn't go unnoticed. I keep on hearing someone's like, I feel like I hear someone seeing something, and I keep on hearing them say, like, they took that, like they like, you know what I mean? Like someone being like, they made a hard situation better, not worse. Hi there, Pops. And thank you, Anne, for subscribing. Yeah, the eclipse was pretty crazy, scary looking. And I usually love them. Part of why I was mad. This was a very, again, yeah, this is kind of an ugly eclipse. I'm just going to come out and say it. Like, again, Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde, ugly eclipse, you know? And Susie, thank you for subscribing. Hold on a moment. And guys, we're at 49.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to Collective. We're really close. I'm also still looking for Elisa right now and Marine. Hold on a minute. I can't heal around others. I take on their energy. I need the solace of self. And recognizing that, Frida, is important, right? Identifying what you need, that's great. Like, again, being able to articulate those boundaries. Thank you. I'm going to send him love and light. Continue to do so, Amber. Oh, that makes sense. I'd love a card for my own energy, what my guides would like me to tell me is possible. Absolutely. Can I get one card for Susie right now? Highest from guides, what does Susie need to hear right now? You're doing just fine. I know you're being really hard on yourself right now, but I want you, now's the time to be writing down how far you've come, not getting overwhelmed in terms of how far you have to go. Coming, and again, here's the thing with these eclipse cycles, you don't need to work with all of them. It's not like if you were able to come through this eclipse cycle unscathed, that in itself is a breakthrough, right? Because sometimes this energy, it's like really easy to let it get to you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, everything else is extra credit. Like they're saying to me, you made it through this eclipse cycle in a space of just being able to be consistent. Like that is its own victory point. Everything else is just everything else is just like extra credit right now. Thank you. I wasn't aggressive, possibly the most calming influence. It wasn't aggressive, possibly the most calming influence on me. Oh, that's fascinating, Gia. You're so welcome, Anne. Makes sense. Thank you. You're so welcome, Yaz. One card for Ruby, connection between you and that individual. I mean, you guys have a lot of wounds. You've got a lot of similar wounds. And so I feel like one of the challenging spaces there is not letting yourself get triggered. Don't let the past feel like it's repeating itself. Make sure you're articulating through things that trigger you instead of reacting to them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like you both have some kind of tendency of closing off when you're feeling wounded. So having that space of trying to like get back what you want to put in, being able to communicate through something that you would usually like no harboring is what I keep on hearing. Like not holding it within, being able to communicate like this is possible, but it's like somebody has to step out of their comfort zone. Trucker, these are subscriber readings. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Dang straight on the money. Thank you, Estevan. Sending you support on that journey. Thank you, Tay. I do my best. I keep saying I'm being tested. Well, and again, I think that again, sometimes those moments of just being able to like, I keep on hearing, like setting the morale in some way, like being able to navigate something graciously. It's not being under. It's not being. It's not being. It's not being like. It's being recognized. You're so welcome, Estevan. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Oh, and we hit 50K. I'm not giving up. I'm still looking towards a Mercury retrograde. I don't need to compare myself. Tap to claim, Hardy. The eclipse turned into an ominous man in the sky. I did not like that. Oh my goodness. I hope you read for that tomorrow, Alexandra. That's wild. Maybe one of these days, anytime you want, dear. I love that. I'm always trying to do the most because I'm a fire sign. Yeah, us fire signs. We like doing that. Man, the eclipse made me go to the lowest, most intense insecurities and triggering people coming in. I get it. Amber, you're not alone in it. It lagged a bit at the end. So Ruby, it says to me the only challenge there is you guys carry a lot of the similar wounds. So making sure you're not reacting in old ways, but pushing against your comfort zone to kind of receive what it is like to give what you want to receive. All right, my friends, we're at 51K likes, so we'll be gifting a reading back to the collective right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 48. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. No, 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 no. Up, Crystal, Hetty, congratulations. You got the number. Thank you guys so much. We'll do that again if we get to 100K. Crystal, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I'm also still looking for Maureen and Elisa. And thank you guys so much for participating. All right. And for any of you who missed the Daily Collective, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up as a podcast over my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. All right. And Crystal, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Spirit led, please. Absolutely. It was 41, Joe. All right. 4 cards, please. 2 more. Oh, you got 5 cards coming out. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. Are you planning a move? This is a lot of travel cards. This feels to me like there's something about this as it relates to locationality. I feel like your priorities have shifted. You know, I'm not sure if this is some kind of like these are all travel cards. You know, here's the thing about it. I don't know if there was some kind of anxiety around traveling or something about this that like, was there something postponed? But I feel like there's something about Neptune transiting that feels about like, I see you like picking back up some kind of old plans, like something that you had your heart set on doing a long time ago and recognizing that now might be the time to return to it. You know what I mean? Like this feels like this is some kind of, like, if it's not travel, it could be a project, because I keep on hearing, like, now you have everything, like, what a year, like, what a difference a decade makes is what I'm almost getting, because it's heavy on the tens. Um, Something about picking back up something that you left in the past, or returning back to something that you'd given up on. And I keep on seeing that the reason that now is a good time to do so is you're a lot more confident, you're a lot more determined. Um, there's something about this that, like, I keep on hearing. It's like almost like you've found the ability to take one on the chin and not take it personally. You know what I mean? Like there's something really important about that, because it just says to me, it's like, um, it actually feels to me like there's almost like something in the past that you were trying to do, but it was too hard on your ego, right? Like the ego was too fragile in the past. And it's like one of those things, like often when the ego is too fragile and we try to do something, it's like the first rejection we get, we're like, I can't do that anymore. Like, I can't do that. But they're saying that, like, there's something about you building into your spiritual path work and being sure enough in yourself. That's why they're showing me and saying, like, you've found on your spiritual journey the ability to take one on the chin, because they're saying that the thing that you're taking on the chin is working through something that you're not feeling, like you're like, that's like, you're like, I see you being like, oh no, that's just my ego. Right? It's like you being like you're not associating yourself with your ego so much. And often when we're in that space and we connect to our higher self, we don't feel like we're able to not take things as personally, right? We don't take them, like, we don't feel as affected by them. And it's often that space that, like, we've gotten more in touch with ourselves, that we find that we're strong enough to do something that the past version of ourselves didn't have the emotional stability to navigate or endure. Like, they're actually saying to me that this is some kind of reading to show you how far you've come, and it's saying to me, it's saying you've come so far that you can try doing something again, because you're not going to have the same result, because you're not the same person that you were the last time you tried to do it, or the last time you went there. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially in relationality to, it feels like it has to do with relationships. This could even be like trying to, like, heal or fix a relationship. Being able to see something in a way about around the self that you couldn't see it before, you know? Like, I keep on hearing, it's like almost like, I feel like in a way it's like you've healed from the need to feel like you're apologizing for things that you're not sorry for, you know? Like, that's what I'm almost seeing. Like, you're identifying, like, you're not holding that sense of self outside the self. You're like seeing it within. And they're saying that your ability of seeing within is changing both your experience of perceiving the present. They're saying that you can understand that you've had an awakening. Like, awakening isn't sometimes awakening to, like, the possibilities. Sometimes awakening is awakening to something that we couldn't see in the past. And so they're saying that even now there's something about you being able to look back on something and see it differently, that is giving you the context of showing you how far you've come, and remembering that, hindsight is 2020. You might be seeing something there because you weren't the person that could have seen it before. Things are shown to us as we're ready to receive them. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that's helping you identify. I keep on seeing, like, what's in your power to change as it relates to restoring connections or relationships, versus, like, what the problem was in the first place that was making something impossible to heal. I want to thank you so much. I keep on hearing it might, and also maybe, like, I keep on hearing you might be ready to have that hard conversation, is almost what I'm getting here as well. Because it's a lot of travel, it's a lot of communication. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I am going to do a final call for anyone who's a subscriber who has not had a card pulled today who would like a card. Also, I'm still looking for Maureen and Elisa. Maureen and or Elisa, if you're here and would like a card pulled, can you just let me know and I'll be happy to honor those readings. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as was giving that reading. Thank you so much for our reading. I want to watch the dragon cat part. Absolutely, Amber. I don't have anywhere to move to, but I love to take trips. Yeah, they're saying going back somewhere. I see some kind of travel on the horizon for you. These are heavy travel cards. Hi there, Bridget. I have been moving different energetically. Oh, okay, thank you for that as well. Um, Another Bridget. Oh, welcome. Yes, thank you. I'll have to go back and listen. Absolutely. I'll post my dragon cat in Discord. Please do. All right, friends, final call for anyone who's a subscriber who has not had a card pulled today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on. If you are just joining us or just became a subscriber, welcome. Thank you for joining the collective. If you head over to our Discord channel, if you've just become a subscriber, you can introduce yourself there. You can also find in the perks channel a very special coupon code that will give you an additional discount over on Substack to our Tarot Church class program. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when we go live, I would encourage you to head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on your alerts. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow because I know sometimes the clock app doesn't like to push my alerts out. You can also follow me over on the place where we keep the photos. I also post my schedule there. You can find all the places to follow me in my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Rainbow, happy to give you a card for romance before we go. One card, please. I feel like honoring the space of what can change versus the circumstances that you find, right? Allowing the space of understanding that I keep on hearing, like every time I read for you, I keep on hearing healthy communication does not require you to have to pick through it doesn't have to require you to sift through something to find it, is what I keep on hearing. Like healthy communication does not require you to have to sift through to find it. Bottom of the deck, yeah. It's like, it's not that it's not there, but it shouldn't have to be that way, is what I keep on hearing. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my followers, to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a beautiful day, everyone.